Are you okay? Are you fine?
No, really. I just fell down and and I had two back operations, two operations on my back.
Oh,
So I'm trying
that's
to
not
recover,
good.
but I spent 5 months in the hospital.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, you should rest now and
It's not resting. The problem is to come back and walk and try to learn how to walk.
well, patience, obviously, and rest a lot.
Well,
We, yes, we will start in 10 minutes.
yeah, in 10 minutes.
Yes,
No, we will start in
yes, in Kama. Yes.
9:45. Počinjemo, ne?
Ne,
It's
u
supposed to
10.
be now.
Ne, u 9:45.
Now it's opening the platform for people to connect from.
Okay,
Ah,
whatever,
I
whatever.
We start at 10 o'clock. At 10
I am
p.m.
okay. I am here. No, don't worry. No, no
Yeah,
problem.
Yes, that's okay. That's fine.
You're
We
right.
open the platform at.
Yes. The
Yes.
platform is open and we start at 10.
Yes, and we will greet everyone who comes, and then we start at punctually at 10.
Sad
10
vidim.
Da. To je ono da se ljudi
Da.
priključe.
Okay, very good.
Yes, see you at 10.
Koliko ih imamo već?
Evo, tu si slike tvoja pojavila.
Mhm.
A sad vidim. Pa ne vidi se ništa, nego samo tvoja glava.
Da, nažalost.
Zašto, nažalost?
A trudim se tu da stavim taj.
Jutro,
Profesore. Kako? Aha, ne čujemo se. Pozdrav profesore, se čujemo?
halo. Kažem prvo dobro jutro Ivi Šlausu, pa onda Ani, pa onda svima vama.
I Zvonku, naravno.
Hvala Bogu, pa Zvonko je lider naš. Zvonko, čestitam.
Hvala, Asmir.
Produžila mu se glava. Prije-
Ana,
Zvonko,
you hear me?
Bok, Ivo.
neko je s vama, jel da, Ivo? Ivo? Ivo, jel se čujemo?
Nije, on je sam.
A sam je? A
Da.
ko
Nisu oni
komentira?
već
Neka
počeli
se-
bez tebe.
Ivo, jel se čujemo?
Ne mogu.
Ivo? Aha, ne čuje nas.
On je nešto loše se osjeća.
Aha.
Da, ja mislim.
Ivo, jel se čujemo? Mislim da on nas ne čuje. Nazvat ću ga ja.
Evo, polako se skuplja.
A da li ona čula nas? Čuje.
Sad ćemo vidjeti.
Ne, on je imao uključen mikrofon i video, Ivo, dakle, on bi trebao se čuti. Ne? Evo, i Gec je tu.
Alo, Ana, vidim da mi telefoniraš, vidim tebe i vidim Asima.
Jel
Molim?
nas čuješ?
Ja čuješ me, ja tebe čujem, da.
Na
Ali-
telefonu da.
Molim na telefonu, da. Ali ovdje te ne čujem.
Ajde, isključi telefon. Da vidimo.
Isključite telefon i samo zvuk popravite.
Sjeći.
Jel nas čujete?
Jesmo mi uključeni?
A svi nas čuju osim, znači...
Ivo, jel nas čuješ, Ivo?
Čujem?
Bravo,
Super,
odlično.
tako je, dobro je. Za 5 minuta krećemo.
Za 5 minuta krećemo. Ne?
Dobro. Svi su drugi ukopčani.
Pa mi nemamo ministara, Ivo.
Čekaj, imamo dva predsjednika, imamo Paula, imamo svašta.
Da.
Imamo, ali oni nisu korumpirani.
Tako je, ima pravo, Asi.
Josipović, Pusić, Kovačević. Pusić, Kovačević. Kad ja krenem govoriti, onda će se mene...
Nije.
Ivo je tu.
Bok Ivo.
Bok, pozdravljam.
Bok.
Ajde,
Bok, Ivo. Ivo Šlaus, Ivo Josipović. Bok.
Bok, pozdrav svima.
da znam,
Bok. Bok.
Jel nas Ana čuje?
Čujem vas.
Dobro,
Čujemo se.
dobro jutro.
Drago mi je, dobro jutro.
dobro. Čuješ sve što treba, je li svi se?
Svi se
Je,
čujemo.
svi se čuju.
Evo još minuta i krećemo.
Dobro.
Još 4 minute.
4 minute, ok.
Znači, Josipović je prvi.
Ne.
A?
Ja?
Ne, ti si, ali od govornika.
Ne znam da li je on prvi, nemam pojma. Vjerojatno. Je, on je prvi.
Ti i Tiffany ste postali poznati po Zoomu.
Ko?
Tiffany i ti.
Zašto Tiffany?
Ona se zove Tiffany.
Ona se zove Tiffany.
Još 5 minuta.
Evo ga, Pavle.
Ko je to?
Pavle Kotar Zina.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear international friends. It is my honor and pleasure to greet you on the Security, Science and Peace Conference, an international conference organized by the Croatian Pugwash Group, a branch of the Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs, in cooperation with the World Academy of Art and Science. The Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs strongly emphasize the importance of scientific evidence-based policymaking, the use of science and technology for the benefit of humanity, as well as addresses the nuclear disarmament and overall global security issues. It deals with contemporary hybrid threats, connecting science with decision makers, fostering academic dialogue, and responsible global governance. The Security, Science and Peace Conference is held under the high patronage of the President of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Zoran Milanovic, and within the platform Conference on the Future of Europe. We will have 6 panels in 2 days on the Croatian and EU peace and security policies, on science and security, nuclear disarmament and global security, on the role of the non-aligned movement today, emerging technologies, and space policies. But before we start, I would like to invite academician Ivo Schlaus, member of the International Committee of the Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs, and honorary president of the World Academy of Art and Science, to address you with a welcome speech.
Good morning, dear friends, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished participants, caro Paolo. Pugwash conferences on the world and Pugwash conferences on science and world affairs has been established in July of 1957, and that was just 2 years after the famous Russell-Einstein Manifesto, which was signed on July the 9th of 1955. But this is not really the beginning of these efforts. As a matter of fact, Leo Szilard, the same person, you know, who is well known of writing the letter to President Roosevelt, actually started the campaign to secure that the nuclear weapons would not be used against Japanese cities. Of course, as we know, it did not work. It was used first against Hiroshima, and then at the opposition of many of its founders was actually also used on Nagasaki. But even before that, there were efforts by Leo Szilard to establish the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist. He did it together with Eugene Rabinovich. And even is characteristic that President Truman and a person who really organized the development of the bomb, Oppenheimer, met for the first time in October of 1945. At that time, one of the first sentences Truman said was, "Now we have to see how to arrange the interest of the United States." Oppenheimer said, "No, we should first think about the interest of the world." He was fully aware that that is actually the only way to have nuclear weapons really under some sort of control. Of course, scientists worked during the Second World War, and even today, scientists in United States, in United Kingdom, in USSR, and of course, scientists in Germany and in Japan during the war. They, of course, do not have a nuclear weapons program now. Russell-Einstein Manifesto contains that famous sentence, "Shall we put an end to human race, or shall mankind renounce war? We appeal as human beings to human beings. Remember your humanity and forget the rest." Actually, during the Cold War, a doctrine of nuclear deterrence was developed. One of the initiators of that was Bernard Prodi. And then after that, of course, it developed the so-called mutually assured destruction, which has this strange acronym MAD, MAD. Rajiv Gandhi, called nuclear deterrence as the ultimate terrorism. And of course, that indeed is the ultimate terrorism. There are various assessments of how close we are to war and whether some countries are more peaceful than the others. The Economist and the University of Sydney developed the scale, and on that scale, which contains some close to 200 states, those countries that have nuclear weapons are at the bottom. Russia is 146, Israel is there at 137, and the same way with India, Pakistan, and so on. So the more weapons, nuclear weapons you have, and this shows once again that the old dictum, si vis pacem para bellum, if you want to have a peace, prepare for war, is no longer true. As a matter of fact, it is the opposite that is true. The Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist started in 1947, putting the doomsday clock on the front page, on its front page. And in 1947, it was at 7 minutes to midnight. Then it moved back and forth, and the farther from midnight, from the catastrophe, of course, was at the end of the Cold War. At that time was 17 minutes to midnight. How it is today? Some of you heard Prime Minister Boris Johnson at the meeting in Glasgow, but let me start by giving you first some of the data. During the last 100 years, starting, let's say, from the Belgian massacre in Congo until, let's say, the end of the Vietnam War, about 100 million people have been killed in wars. But, the number of people who died because of hunger, because of poverty, because of various destruction of their own governments, Gulag, Holodomor, extermination camps, and so on, is about 5 times bigger. Now we are faced not only with the destruction of humans, we are faced also with the destruction of the natural capital. And it is this destruction of natural capital that can again cause additional destruction of the human capital. And what we have now is, as a result of all of this, roughly almost 500 million, so 5 times more than during the war. And if the level of the sea would increase to, let's say, 0.5 meter, then the scenery of London and Sydney, and also here of Adriatic City, of Split and Zadar, would be devastating. And as a result of that, there would be huge migration, and it can be estimated that over 1 billion people would actually perish as a result of that. It is because of this, 2 crises which really merge into one crisis, the crisis of the destruction of natural and human capital. Actually, the clock moved to 100 seconds to midnight. And it moved for 2 consecutive years. So this is the closest it ever was for such a long period. United Nations General Assembly on September 26, 2015, passed a document, which maybe is the most important document entitled Transform Our World. We indeed have to transform our world to save it for humanity, to really assure, as let me repeat, the Russell Einstein Manifesto, we appeal as human beings to human beings. Remember your humanity and forget the rest. We cannot fail, we have to succeed in assuring this transformation to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Academician Schlaus. I would like to invite now Mr. Paolo Cotta Ramusino, Secretary General of Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs and Fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science, to say a few words on behalf of the International Pugwash.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Very good. Thank you very much for the invitation. I will be very brief. I know we have a very long program today and tomorrow. Tomorrow, unfortunately, I cannot be with you. But I think it's very important, the issue of relation between science and security. You see, if you consider the risk that we are facing now, I would say there are three catastrophic risks that humanity is facing. One is the problem of global warming, and this is very much discussed today, even though the conclusions are not so clear. Then the second problem is pandemics, the possibility of a pandemic. And we are experiencing now exactly some of the risks related to pandemics. And the third one is a nuclear conflict. For various reasons, the issue of nuclear risks and nuclear conflict is something which is less present in the public opinion or in the press than the other two. So I think it's particularly important that we, who are, so to say, related to a long history of scientists involved in preventing nuclear war, we should be more active and, in fact, more present in the international public opinion on these risks. Let's make a few considerations about nuclear weapons and nuclear war. We have something very positive, which is, in fact, the number of nuclear weapons decreased. We had a maximum of 70,000. Now we are altogether 14,000. Also, another positive element is that no new nuclear weapon state have appeared. We are still five, so to say, recognized nuclear power, which is China, United States, Russia, France, and United Kingdom. And then we have four nuclear weapon states: India, Pakistan, Israel, and North Korea, which in fact are not members of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. But we don't have any more countries which appear to be interested in acquiring nuclear weapons. And I think this is positive. But we have to remember something very important, and that's connect with the, in fact, attitude of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, which in fact is not telling us that the nuclear risks are fading away. And why this is? And the problem is that, you see, we have lots of conflicts in the world. We have conflicts in Middle East, we have conflicts in South Asia, we have conflicts in Northeast Asia, and also there is an antagonism, growing antagonism between Russia and the West in general, and particularly between China and the West. So we see the problem is that we are having lots of conflicts and antagonism in regions where there are nuclear weapons. Yes, nuclear weapons are less than before, but if you have even a limited use of nuclear weapons, say as an example between India and Pakistan, the consequence for the world will be dramatic. And I'm not talking the consequence of the war in the region only, but globally. So if you have an explosion, a nuclear explosion between India and Pakistan, then you have migration, huge number of people killed, and pollution which will be spread all over the world. And the consequence can be really dramatic. So what is very important, and that's the reason why I'm mentioning that, is that we have more and more people thinking about how to decrease the risk of conflict, how to facilitate understanding and resolution of conflicts. And that's something which is really needed. And I think that that's exactly what Pugwash has been doing, has been doing in the last, say, 20 years or more, is to try to understand how local conflicts can be can be solved, or and how can be the situation in certain places be improved. Are we optimistic? Unfortunately, I say no. I think that we have seen in all these regions that I mentioned, Middle East, South Asia, Northeast Asia, we have seen an increase of the antagonism, and we have seen recently an increase of risks of real conflicts. And I think that in that sense, it's very important that all the international community give a contribution to understanding how to solve this problem. Croatia is a very important country. You had conflicts in the past. These conflicts have been solved, maybe not in the best way possible, but at least the situation now in the region is much better than it was, say, at the end during the 90s. So in this sense, I think that you had an experience how to go back from a conflict environment to a more livable and quiet environment. And in this sense, we appreciated very much the contribution of our colleagues from the region, Croatia in particular, so they have an experience of how to solve problems, and also given the situation that we have seen in, say, in Belarus, Belarus and Ukraine, that you have shown how to go around to the traditional antagonism which have been left by the collapse of the, so to say, communist world. And I think that that's very important. And but of course, and in fact, you contributed to shift the antagonism in one region to a more peaceful environment. Can it be done the same in South Asia? Can be done the same in Northeast Asia? Can be done the same in the Middle East? We have to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kotaramusino. Let us now hear Mr. Götz Neuneck, the representative of the European Pugwash Group, to address you with the welcome speech.
I hope you can understand me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Greetings to Zagreb. And of course, good morning, dear participants and Pugwashites and other colleagues listening to this Zoom broadcast. Dear presidents of Pugwash Croatia, Mr. Zikic and Mrs. Zjarkovic, and of course, Ivo Slaus, all trusted friend from our Pugwash Council. On behalf of the other European national Pugwash groups, let me congratulate you first for this highly interesting 2 days conference with important topics which have been on the Pugwash agenda for a long time. Balancing science and security, nuclear disarmament and global security, the role of non-alignment movements, and how to limit negative developments in space, and how to discuss ethical problems of science and security. Ivo Slaus and also Paolo Kotaramusino just mentioned to the threats emerging in these times, so I don't have to stay here for this subject, but of course, we are very pleased that with the help of Ivo and others, there are now new Pugwash activities in the very important Balkan region. As the Secretary General just mentioned, Croatia is an important country in the region, and I think we can learn from your experiences about conflict resolution. We all understand that the international world order is under pressure. Firmly established traditional arms control treaties are being abandoned or called into questions by member states. A power rivalry between main powers such as the US, Russia, and China is accelerating, and also we as Europeans have to discuss what that means for us and what can be done in these situations. Scientists in Europe, but also all over the world, have to deal with these challenges in the future, because the outcome has also ramifications to their own work and scientific life. It is encouraging that the Russian and also the Croatian Pugwash group organized hybrid workshops under the very complicated conditions of the pandemic. But this is always a good opportunity to exchange views, to identify problems, and I'm looking forward that these results would also flow into the next Pugwash conferences, hopefully in March next year in Doha. We have to understand that science can do much for peace and common understanding by building bridges and by working across the borders, connecting people into a more fractured world. And let me quote Joe Rothblatt. He said, "Scientists can warn for further dangers that may arise for current discoveries. Scientists can form an international fraternity that transcends beyond natural boundaries, so that they are well placed to take a global view in the interest of mankind." We also know that scientists do understand technical problems better than average politicians or citizens, and knowledge means also responsibility. Scientists can provide technical advice and assistance for solving the incidental problems that may emerge. And under this perspective, I'm sure that these panels are well placed, that we can exchange interesting views. Again, let me greet all of you in Zagreb. We, of course, would love to be there, but with the help of modern technologies, we can connect each other and can try to record also these results and considerations to inspire other people for doing much more work on very specific issues. Again, congratulations, good luck for the next 2 days. And again, congratulations to the organizers to make that possible. Greetings from Germany.
And last but not least, the newly elected president of the Croatian Pugwash Group, Mr. Zvonimir Šikić, will open the conference with his welcoming words.
I'm very grateful to all the participants for their participation. And before we move to the panels, let me just very, very briefly remind you of the circumstances in which Pugwash originated and the especially important role of individuals. And I'll just present a few slides to So, as you know, in January of 1939, at the meeting of physicists in Washington, Bohr brought from Europe the news of discovery of fission. The possibility of atomic bomb was immediately reported in newspapers, and everyone at the meeting was aware of the possibilities. But nobody suggested that ethical questions should be discussed. Within a few months, Bohr and Wheeler had worked out the theory of fission in America. And in the meantime, the possibility of the chain reaction had been experimentally confirmed among others by Joseph Rodblat in Poland. And in this moment, all this was openly discussed and published. There was no secrecy at all. So I would say that in summer of 1939, it was the last moment to forestall the building of the nuclear weapons. Let me move to 36 years later, when we had discovery of recombinant DNA technology, which was presented as a similar challenge. The biologists promptly organized an international meeting at which they agreed to limit and regulate the uses of the dangerous new technology. And what I would like to stress is that it took only a few brave spirits, with Maxine Singer in the lead, to formulate a set of ethical guidelines which the international community of biologists accepted. So I suppose that the experience of the atomic bomb, of course, helped biologists, but we have to ask the question why physicists did not act in 1939. And I would say that perhaps they would have reacted if Joseph Rodblat, for example, has been there to urge them. They have the role of individual is very important. When war began, the chance of achieving an agreement of physicists disappeared. Everybody was afraid of Hitler. In West, they knew the German government had started the secret uranium project, and the fear allowed scientists to design bombs with a clear conscience. That is very important. And indeed, we have to admit that scientists persuaded the British and American governments to build the bombs. Hitler and Japan's military, we learned afterward in historical records, were never seriously interested in nuclear weapons. And Stalin was not seriously interested until he was informed of the seriousness of the American program. So yet, when it became clear in 1944 that there will be no German bomb, and it was clear in 1944, and when the fear disappeared, Joseph Rodblat was the only one who left the Alamos project, the only one scientist, nobody else. And as you know, he became later the leader of the Pugwash movement, working tirelessly to unite scientists to undo the evils of Los Alamos. So this is this individual engagement, which is very important. Of course, we know that he and Pugwash movement got the Nobel Prize in 1995. He died in 2005 at the age of 96. And I believe that Pugwash continues in his footsteps. That was just a little bit of reminding of the importance on the individual engagement, which is always the crucial. So, and I would now like Anna to proceed, and that we start with our first panel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Šikić, for the opening of the conference. We will now start with our first panel, how can Croatia contribute to EU peace and security policies? In this session, we will see where the Republic of Croatia stands in terms of the development and effectiveness of security and peace policies, how it responds to security threats and crises, and what is its potential and actual contribution to the stability of the region of Central Europe, the Mediterranean, but also the entire European Union. What are the possibilities and challenges for a constructive dialogue with our neighbors and strategic partners, and what are the perspectives of further integration? We will hear from our speakers today. Our first speaker is Professor Ivo Josipović, former president of the Republic of Croatia, fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science, professor emeritus of the Faculty of Law at the University of Zagreb, and eminent composer. Professor Josipović is a holder of high decorations of several European states, Medal of Tolerance of the EU, and other prestigious awards in Croatia and abroad. Professor Josipović, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Firstly, thank the organizer inviting me to speak on such important conference. I would like to start with thesis that the most important issue in foreign policy is to know your limits. Definitely, Croatia is a small state, has some limits, having in mind the economical power, military power, human resources, whatever. But that does not mean that Croatia is without influence in international society, especially in the neighborhood, in the region. Firstly, I would like to remind that in theory, there are several types of states. Firstly, there are small states, small powers, and powers, of course, superpowers. Croatia started, of course, as a small state. That means that a small state having in mind their capacities are focused on specific goals. For Croatia, it was international recognition. It was, of course, membership to UN, then NATO, European Union, and other international organizations. As a tool, small states has multilateralism because multilateralism and the rule of law in international relations are probably the strongest tool for small countries. In principle, small states are concentrated on some specific issues, and in global relations, mostly they are oriented to policy of silence. That means not to interfere in some global issues because we cannot help, we cannot change things, and of course there is always dangerous to have some important enemies because of our position. And always small states in principle have some patrons in international relations. Croatia is a good example. We had support of United States, we had support of many European countries, and that make Croatia as a successful small state, transforming from the very beginning of not recognized country at all till member of European Union. Being small power does not mean, of course, military. It means state that can international relations modify surrounding, and small power can interfere in several goals and several topics on international scene. As I understand Croatian position in international relations, we are something in the mid. We are transforming little by little from small state to small power. The best opportunity for Croatia to increase importance in international relations is, of course, European Union and the regional policy. Unfortunately, up to now, we haven't been successful in completely transforming our position, especially because situation in the region is not in favor of such solution. So it's very important to understand that interventionism is monopoly of big powers. So I think that Croatia must be concentrated on soft power and to insist for international law and role of international organizations. That's very important. So now we have, as a country, we have tools, especially our membership to European Union and also membership to NATO. Having in consideration our interest, state interest, national interest, today I think it's of course our position in the European Union, but definitely its region. I think that Croatia can and must do more in international relations, especially through process of reconciliation with neighboring states. It's very important to recognize that we are not capable to modify internal relations and internal issues in particular neighboring countries. I think it's wrong to publicly fight for changement of internal relation in particular countries, namely in Bosnia and Herzegovina, because the result is always negative, always negative. I think that soft diplomacy, as we witnessed it in case of our former Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Pusic, she was very successful, especially promoting European future of a neighboring country. But entering the public quarrel with foreign officials is not a good way. Definitely, Croatia is very, very interested to have stable surrounding. That means states, European-oriented, friendly-oriented members of EU, but there are many problems primarily focused on internal situation and mutual relations between countries in the Southeast Europe. So firstly, there is visible and huge instability of Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's big internal problem for that country with very important international consequences. So if we can support some processes, but soft diplomacy is key issue, not fighting with foreign officials, then it can contribute to even to our security and to our position in the international community. It's very important to insist of territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina. That's a key issue. And secondly, of course, to motivate Bosnia and Herzegovina to find compromise. In my opinion, no one, especially no one from region, can change relations between three constitutive nations in Bosnia and Herzegovina. They can do only themselves. They have to learn magic word. It's compromise. Compromise, they don't have it in the dictionary, and that's one of the biggest problems of that country. Secondly, there is a problem with Serbia-Kosovo relations, but also the policy of present Serbian government. This policy always having some kind of big nation, big Serbian surrounding that is offending the neighboring country, and of course make security risk for all countries, including Croatia. So definitely this area, this triangle, Croatia, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and additionally Montenegro and North Macedonia, is filled now more and more. It's filled of fight between big and global powers, and so we should be very, very careful following what's going on, because any conflict in the region can influence Croatian position. So how can we contribute? I have to stress that we have open issues with almost all countries in the neighborhood. Some of them, or most of them, are not hot. But it will come the day that we will have problems with some or all countries, because issues are not resolved, especially border issue. We have border issues with Slovenia, of course. This also pending somehow with Serbia, with Bosnia and Herzegovina, with Montenegro. And in my opinion, always as a president, I tried to influence governments. I have cooperated with two governments to finally resolve this border issue. How? Definitely, we cannot. It's even our mentality in the region, but I think it's common to all states. No one can just say, "Okay, it's not our territory, someone else." So that make me thinking that the only way how to resolve the border issue is International Court of Justice. I think the countries should agree on procedure before the International Court of Justice, and once forever resolve border issues. Secondly, we have so many issues coming from the war. Missing persons, I think it's emotionally the biggest one. Then individual rights of citizens of different countries, including different citizens, including Croatian citizens, but also citizens of Serbia in Croatia, citizens of Croatia in Serbia, and vice versa. It's among almost all countries. Some economical issues as well, property of former Yugoslavia as well, some personal issues, including citizenship of different people. So it's very complicated, and of course we have to understand that one also very sensitive political issue is position of national minorities. should be resolved in similar way if it's possible. And definitely in Croatia, we have a very good law on constitutional law on minorities. And I think that model is in principle very good. Probably we have some weaknesses and dilemmas, but as a model, I think it's a good one. Thinking about future Croatian activities, I think that Croatia should be involved in as much as possible in the regional issues. But of course, from time to time, we are burdened by some relics of bad relations and mistrust between countries. So firstly, I think that we have to clarify that ambition to blackmail our neighbors by European membership. So you have to do this or that if you want us to vote for your membership is wrong policy. It was shown with in case Slovenia versus Croatia, definitely. And I think that positive position and especially willingness to resolve important open issues legally is probably the right way how to make relations better in long-term processes, in the shorter-term processes. Secondly, I think that our officials should not interfere or in internal relations in the other countries, and especially not to fight with politicians through journals and through newspapers in the region. It's a wrong approach, but from the other side, it must be clear what values and principles we are fighting for. It's very important. Croatia as a member of EU, we really became better society and better state in the process of accession to the European Union. So we have to present that we really appreciate those important principles that we have had to accept during our accession period. It's not always the case, unfortunately, and definitely human rights, equality of states, willingness to cooperate economically, culturally, and the other way are some of those principles that should be performed by Croatian international foreign policy. Then I think it's very important to be as active as possible in international organizations, starting from European Union and UN, but in the other organizations as well. I didn't have always impression that we invest enough to our presence in different organizations. Okay, it's expensive from time to time. It's not easy to find proper people to act, but I think it will be important goal. I think that we should have candidates for all important or mid-important positions, especially in European Union, Council of Europe. And I always, as a president, I supported our candidates, nevertheless, of their political orientation or party membership. It was shame. It was really shame what happened with the candidature of our distinguished foreign minister Vesna Pusic after election, after HDZ won election. They didn't want to support officially exposed candidate Vesna Pusic. She was excellent candidate Vesna. It was really unfair what was done by the government. So Croatian position is today, I think, relatively stable, but there are many challenges. The biggest challenges are in the region today. And I think that the government and the President of the Republic as institutions who co-create and co-perform foreign policy should cooperate more and to perform these European values in our relations towards the region and particular states. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Josipovic, for this overview of the Croatian perspective in the region and in the European Union, and of course for emphasizing Croatia as a soft power and a soft diplomacy power. Our next speaker is Professor Vesna Pusic, former Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, as well as member of the Croatian Parliament. Ms. Pusic is a university professor, author of several books and more than 50 scientific papers, and was also a candidate for the position of the Secretary General of the United Nations in 2016. Professor Pusic will speak about deblocking Western Balkans, EU, and Russia.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me at the conference. I never tire, and I think it's always important to remind ourselves that successful foreign policy means that your influence and your importance is greater than your size and economic strength. This, I would say, is definition of a successful foreign policy, or to translate it into simpler terms, when you are smarter than you look. Croatia has occasionally been smarter than we look, or than our, let's say, size and economic strength would justify, and there have been some occasions in which we succeeded in that. I would say that at the moment we are in our foreign policy, as they say here, at a positive zero, meaning our Prime Minister defined our position at a meeting, I think last month, with all our ambassadors, saying we want to be a stable, pro-European, let's say, Central European country, not unlike our neighbors, that specifically he emphasized, not causing a problem and not being a disruptor. I think that's what you would call a positive zero. This is definitely something I would subscribe to. However, I would also aspire, let's say, to maybe some additional objectives that Croatia could, and I think should have. The possibility for having, let's say, a say or greater influence than our size would otherwise justify comes from our location, and from the fact that on this location we actually managed, as the last country who managed to do that, from this part of Europe, we managed to enter the European Union now 8 years ago already. So we potentially could have a beneficial, unfortunately also a negative, but let's look at the positive side. We can have a beneficial influence on the region because many different reasons. We share more or less the same language. We share the same political history and understanding of all the obstacles and difficulties of transition and development from a one-party state into a, let's say, multi-party democracy that, of course, means way more than just having many parties and having multi-party elections, as we have seen in the recent years in the European Union. I might return to this issue. In the region, we have two key issues at this point in time. One is the region's neglect by the European Union and on its way to the European Union. All the 6 countries of the region, that is countries of former Yugoslavia who are not members of the European Union, plus Albania, are in some stages, in different stages of their accession to the European Union, and originally were highly motivated. In the meantime, through different missed opportunities, a number of things that happened, including the fact that European Union of today is very different from the European Union of 2004, so the first expansion to the east, or even 2013 when Croatia entered. European Union of today is divided value-wise. There are actually two different sets of values within the European Union, political values. One set is what we call the European values. And it's very important to remember that European values is a term, and they would exist even if they didn't exist in reality anywhere in Europe. Those are non-discrimination, equality, democratic culture, rule of law, rights of minorities of all kinds, and high levels of protection, human rights, etc. That's the freedom of the press, of course. That's what we call the European values, and they're alive and exist in the European Union. However, there is also another set of values that Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has called illiberal democracy, which is, I would say, squaring the circle. It is really oxymoron, but meaning that democracy equals multi-party elections. Full stop. All the other things, in other words, who wins the elections has the right to do whatever he wants. And it's actually in Europe, it's only he. So there are no women prime ministers or presidents that are part of that illiberal democracy set of values. So in that sense, for our neighbors to the east and south, who are not yet members of the European Union, but are in different stages of hopefully accession, that has also been sending mixed signals, let's say. What does it mean? And in that sense, Croatia started having, I would say, positive influence, but then somehow withdrew from that role. And at the same time, these neighbors in the region, I would say, got disappointed or to some extent turned away from their original zeal and their original focus and objective on joining the European Union and going through the entire transformation process that entails. And in that sense, I think European Union has lost some of its transformative power and some of its transformative influence. At the same time, I think it's very important to emphasize that what is called the Western Balkans is not the antechamber of Europe. It is European Union's courtyard. It is surrounded by the territory of the European Union. And if European Union wants to have and play a role on the global scene, it has to be able to resolve these issues and somehow consolidate its courtyard. So its first step is consolidating its territory in the Western Balkans. I will come back to that just to mention the other issue that is at the moment, I think, important and where Croatia could have maybe smaller influence than on this first issue, but could have an influence. The main disruptor at the moment in the Western Balkans, and you could hear that from both people who are against it and people who are in favor of it, is Russia. Russia is very present in the Western Balkans. I think it has its reason, and some of the problems we are facing, I think, could be and should be addressed by the European Union. And in some ways, some problems in the Western Balkans cannot and will not be resolved before re-establishment of a dialogue between European Union and Russia. On the first issue, I am completely aware of the fact that although European Union missed a lot of opportunities and made some serious mistakes, especially, for instance, regarding North Macedonia, and the enormous efforts it has put into meeting all the criteria and all the resolving all the issues in order to start negotiations, not starting negotiations with North Macedonia. And you sometimes have the feeling that there is no one at home. I mean, there is no one taking care of the business of the European Union. At the moment, that is to some extent actually the case. The Germans are putting together their government, so they're not going to deal with other issues until that happens. The French have presidential elections next April, so they're also focused on their domestic issues. And without them, the European Union is basically running on empty in a way, or running in place. And not dealing with its own interest, or with somehow implementing policies that are its own interest. Serbia and Montenegro, who are negotiating, have not opened any chapters in 2 years. So everything is somehow put on the back burner, as if the Western Balkans somehow doesn't belong to anybody. It's nobody's territory. This is not Russia's attitude. Russia is very active in the Western Balkans, and all the local disruptors, such as, for instance, the leader of Republika Srpska, Milorad Dodik, in Bosnia-Herzegovina, to some extent also his Croatian counterpart in Bosnia-Herzegovina, Dragan Čović. But Dodik is here way more pronounced because he has way more influence and administrative unit, let's say, and way more people. His entire arrogance, disruptiveness, and courage in disruptiveness comes from the support he gets from Russia and the backing he gets from Russia. And for years, it was attributed to Serbian politics, which I think was right to a large extent. But I would say at the moment, Serbian politics is more hostage to the politics of Milorad Dodik than vice versa, because of this Russian support. That is also the case in Montenegro. So they're focused on this region. And this is something that Croatia might be able to understand and bring to the European table. And the issue, I think, here is not that Russia is so excited about Bosnia-Herzegovina or Dodik or even the Balkans. Although, they might, if this lasts a little longer, they might actually get used to this. It is that Russia has actually, its policies has become worse since the breakdown in communication with the European Union. And that started in 2014. After that, we had Ukraine and Crimea. Sanctions followed sanctions, and I think rightly so. But with that came almost complete breakdown in communication between the European Union and Russia. We share a continent, and if you don't talk, you can't solve problems. And Western Balkans definitely cannot be solved exclusively by mobilizing Western Balkan forces, because the disruption and the support for disruption is coming from Russia in its attempt, in my opinion, to engage European Union in communication. It is using the Western Balkans as a chessboard. Unfortunately, Russia is the only one playing at the moment. And the other side, meaning European Union and to some extent United States, preoccupied with other things, are actually mostly looking on or talking to the pawns. By talking to the pawns in this chess game, nothing is going to be resolved. Through Croatia's understanding of this environment, let's say, and the importance of, I would say, diplomatic relations, the importance of talking, because if you don't talk, there is no way that you can resolve any issue diplomatically or in any other way for that matter, except through conflict. And this is something that A, we have some experience in, B, it's actually about us too, because we can be 10 times member of the European Union. If the region is destabilized, that will definitely have an effect on us. And this is something where a small country like ours can contribute. There are at least 4 or 5 different options that could also increase and resurrect, let's say, resuscitate the EU enthusiasm, the European Union accession enthusiasm in the countries of the region that have been circulated and that are not at the moment part of the European Union institutions discussion. I can maybe remind you just of it without explaining because I've used up my time, but it is the Western Balkan countries joining the European and meeting criteria and joining the European Economic Area and leaving everything else for later. The other is using the example of the Baltic states before 2004, where the 3 Scandinavian states served as kind of mentors and Sherpas on their way to the EU membership. There is the model of the 4 stages accession that was presented recently by the Balkans in Europe Policy Advisory Group. And there is, of course, always the possibility of simply opening negotiations, which is way soon, or let's say a long way away from membership. Opening negotiations with North Macedonia and Albania, which would send a positive signal to the region, been promised and have met all the criteria a long time ago and still didn't happen. These are things that are being floated around that scientists, social scientists, political scientists have discussed, laid out as models, and that have not been, let's say, put on the agenda of the European institutions. This is something that a country like Croatia could do. And this is something that, in my opinion, could definitely, let's say, prevent or contribute to prevention of
spatial planning and member of the Croatian parliament, as well as former ambassador of Croatia to the Russian Federation. Mr. Kovacevic is a professor, philosopher, author of 3 books, and editor of several journals. The topic is strategy for the future or for the past. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this conference. Then I would like to thank to President Josipovic and Minister Pusic for their detailed overview of present situation in the region, European Union, and globally, and for detailed proposals which have been presented here. So there is almost no space for me to add something, but I will try. I will try. Of course, I subscribe what the President and Minister have said, but I would not subscribe certain aspects of current Croatian foreign and security policy. And it will be visible from my short remarks. As a small country, Croatia cannot and must not compete with major global powers in regard to absolute amount of military expenditures. But if Croatia is or intends to be a smart country, she has to develop strategic way of thinking to be able to understand global to present and future challenges. A current security framework for Croatia is NATO. NATO membership pursues certain guarantees against possible immediate security threats from neighboring region. In that respect, NATO is efficient deterrence mechanism. If there is no immediate military threat, this means that Croatia has relatively comfortable situation to define her specific national security interests in line with NATO and EU strategic guidelines. As a NATO member state, Croatia can give inputs in the process of defining alliances, strategies, and policies. I would like to hear a stronger Croatian voice in favor of such NATO policies which will serve to its member states' security interests. NATO involvement in provocative activities in South China Sea could be understood rather as destabilization effort than as a step toward peace and stability. If such moves are not accompanied by intensive multilateral diplomatic talks on security issues with all regional stakeholders, it's not realistic to expect relaxation of tensions in that specific region, and the relevance of tensions in that region is of global importance. On the other side, EU military capabilities are almost non-existent. Significant amount of EU member states' military expenditures does not mean much without common European security strategy and common European foreign policy. PESCO, permanent structure of cooperation, existent model of military cooperation inside EU, is closer to caricature of serious military activities than to a promising model for the future structure of European military force. Declared intention to achieve European strategic autonomy could not be materialized without changing of Lisbon Treaty. Unfortunately, discussion on this issue is not on the agenda of ongoing conference of the future of Europe. But this does not mean that we have to give up. On the contrary, we have to try to initiate discussions on these aspects of European security, including global and regional security, as well as our national security issues. A key Croatian input to these discussions should be insistence on inclusive multilateralism, which encompasses all stakeholders and not only like-minded parties. Multilateralism, which does not include ideologically and culturally different partners, is not real multilateralism. Without readiness to accept even most challenging diplomatic tasks, we will not be, there will no be space to improve security and to maintain peace. Main purpose of European and our national defense capabilities should be deterrence of possible adversaries. As far as I understand, EU and Croatia do not intend to invade countries in neighboring regions. If this is true, this means that our national security strategy and military doctrine should be based on development of deterrence capabilities, not predominantly on offensive weapons. That's why I think that our Croatian decision to buy combatant airplanes was mistaken. To achieve a threshold of 2% of GDP to defense expenditures, it would not be it would be much more reasonable to invest more than 5% of GDP in scientific research and technological development of dual-use technologies. Our strategy should be deterrence, not offensive. Our strategy should be effective defense. Aeroplanes are technology of the past. Drones are technology of the present. We have to participate in development of technologies of the future. Our main goal should be promotion of tolerance, understanding, multilateralism, and peace. And I think that deterrence strategy much better accommodates to these goals than buying of offensive military weapons. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for sharing your thoughts. And of course, the investments in research and science is crucial for a country. And we will hear later in the panels about the emerging technologies and of course the Croatian part in it. And our last speaker in this panel is Krševan Antun Dujmovic from the Institute for Development and International Relations. Mr. Dujmovic is the coordinator for international cooperation of the Croatian Association for International Studies. His areas of interest include the EU's communication and enlargement policy and the West's relation to Ukraine, Russia, and the countries of the South Caucasus. The biggest challenges for the functioning and for the security of the European Union from
conflict in Ukraine. We have actually a frozen conflict, but sometimes erupting, occasional erupting conflict in East of Europe, in Ukraine. And I would say these are not the best times for European Union and European integration. I'm a person that has been involved for almost the past 20 years in the process, in information campaigns for Croatian citizens. And I'm in a way saddened to see that we are really in the peak of the biggest crisis that the European Union has faced in its history. Just a year ago, we saw Brexit. It was also a sad moment. And I mean, with the UK being a major military, economic, political power in the world, permanent power in the Security Council of the United Nations. What should we do? How should we perceive the situation, and of course Croatia's role in it? So Croatia, as Mrs. Pusic just mentioned a few minutes ago, is a member for almost 8.5 years. I think personally, it's not just a great thing and a great event for Croatia, and for us who live here, we see that this EU accession is basically not just the catalyst, but the engine, the motor of our economic progress. We saw 6 years of backslog in Croatia, a long recession starting in late 2008 till 2014.
And I would see that now it's quite visible. I mean, we see all the benefits, and we see how much more advanced Croatia is to the countries in the region. And Croatia has, in a way, has to be present in the region, but also has to catch up with other European EU member states. So I would first I would name like 5 challenges that we face at the moment in the European Union, and Croatia is part of that. So as I mentioned region, I would first refer to the region. What I see is a major obstacle for security in the region and for the whole of European Union is the frozen process of the European enlargement. Ever since in foundation of the EU, we saw waves. We saw the biggest wave, the 5th wave actually, in 2004. It was a major success story when all of the post-communist countries joined the European Union. And there was always this enlargement fervor and zeal, as Mrs. Pusic put it. And we saw a lack of this zeal, and it's not just because of the countries. They're in poor shape in terms of fighting organized crime, in terms of omnipresent corruption. It's also largely due to the problems that the EU faces itself. As I mentioned before, especially with the Brexit, I think that European Union is puzzled and doesn't have a clear initiative, and at this moment doesn't really know what to do with the region. We see this region, of course, it is fully surrounded by EU member states, but it's also a soft underbelly of Europe, and we see a sprawling influence of other outside the Europe regional and global powers, and this could be a major threat for European stability. And I think it's definitely time, even in this COVID pandemic and the ongoing crisis and the reflection period where the European Union is trying to, define its future. It has to have the capacity to finish this European integration process, because without the regional conflicts not resolved, it could backfire, and it could be a threat for the security and for the functioning of the whole of the European Union. So Europe needs to come back to the region and not leave it to the other powers. And from here, I would step to point number 2, and this is the growing influence of global and regional powers. And we talked about Russia. Russia is mostly focused on destabilizing the region. It cannot offer too much. And Russia is in a way frustrated. It felt that it was fooled by the West. They were full of big expectations in the 90s, and then NATO and the Americans, mostly the Americans, and they're followed by other Europeans. They decided to extend NATO, to extend European Union, and even offered a membership action plan to Ukraine and even the countries in the South Caucasus like Georgia. And now Russia is sort of paying back, and their influence in the region is mostly destructive. They don't want the continuation of European Union process. But we haven't talked about much. We mentioned China and the China South Sea, but not the Chinese influence in the region, which is also significant and really important. I would first and foremost mention here in Serbia and Montenegro. What we see as a result of COVID-19 pandemics is that Europe is going to restrain from strengthening further its relations with China, but still they're present, and we have to see the outcome of how things will unfold around Taiwan and in China. And Europe has to actually define its position toward China, because what we see just a year ago, we saw negotiations on a comprehensive agreement on investment, CAI, between China and the European Union, and at the same time, European Union was imposing sanctions to China because of the Uyghur minority in Xinjiang province in west of China. So I would say that the European Union does not have a clear strategy on what to do with China, and this sort of lack of ambition and lack of initiative has been the advantage has been taken by the Americans. We just a month ago organized and signed this AUKUS pact. Australians kicked out the French from the submarines deal, and they will introduce American submarines. So we see growing presence of the British, of the UK, and its allies like the Australians and Americans in the Indo-Pacific. And at this moment, we don't see any concrete initiative of the Europeans of either joining this club of AUKUS or actually going the other direction, strengthening relations with the Chinese despite these tensions primarily between Washington and Beijing. Of course, we also have to mention a regional power, not a global power, but regional power like Turkey, with its sprawling influence in the region, especially in Kosovo, Albania, and Bosnia-Herzegovina. And it's not to be neglected. Turkey's influence is growing. We saw what happened last year in Nagorno-Karabakh, and with the support to the Armenia. And this blitz, it could not have been accomplished without support of Turkey. So, a country with great ambitions, and rest assured, they will use any sign of weakness of the European Union to strengthen their position in the region and through the region in Europe. I will also mention as a threat to European security, and especially to Croatia, a possibility of changing borders in Europe. We saw initiatives in the past few years to make territorial swaps between Kosovo and Serbia. And luckily, this initiative was not supported by European powers, primarily, I would say EU powers, not European powers, if you consider UK. UK was in support of this, but major EU powers led by Germany, they were against this initiative, and this is quite a positive move and a way and a signal that shows that Europe should have initiative, and that the European Union should be quite adamant when it comes to protection of its own interests. Because with these initiatives that mostly come from Washington, we could see eruption of tensions. We could see, a chain of reactions, spillover effect. So the spillover effect could affect North Macedonia. It could affect Bosnia-Herzegovina, Montenegro. We'd see what's going on. And at the beginning we said, the situation truly is much better than the 90s. But ever since the Dayton Accords, the situation has not been worse. So for the past 25, 26 years, it hadn't been worse. And we haven't seen more tension than now at this moment. And the changing the amendment of the borders in the Balkans would open Pandora's box. We see similar initiatives to change borders across Europe. And this is a great threat to European integration. Instead of being more integrated, we see rising nationalism. We saw it in Catalonia, we saw it in Scotland, and other parts of Europe. And these countries could, or these regions could, rather regions or provinces, whatever, they could look into this as a precedent. And I see it as a major threat for the stability of Europe, and especially of Croatia. We are, and we've always been a buffer zone between Central Europe and the Balkans. What I also see, and coming to point number 4 here, is the lack of democratic that I see democratic deficit in European Union. The problem is that as we were losing the zeal and fervor to get further integrated and to get the European enlargement process, there is and also the lack of cohesion and solidarity between the member states. And I think that's the foundation of European integration ever since its start. For the past centuries, Europe has always been embroiled in different wars, and what we need is always solidarity, and we need democracy. And this is what is really the trademark, the hallmark of European Union in the world, being a bastion of guarantor of human rights and democracy. I would also here point an example of a project that's driven a wedge between European states. Germany is a major European power, and other countries in Eastern Europe, smaller countries, mid-sized countries, small countries. I would mention here Poland, the Baltic states, that had really traumatic period, in the past and during the communist era and being dominated by the USSR. And of course, I have to mention the project of Nord Stream 2 that it's driven big division, and we saw this lack of solidarity and unity in European Union, because on one part you have one country that is pushing for this energy project, which is diminishing Europe's independence on fossil fuels. We have to say it in this era of fighting climate change. Fossil fuels from Russia and other countries, they're sparking an outcry all of Europe, and regardless of this, the process has come to its completion. So I also see it as a lack of democracy and respect and understanding and cohesion and unity among EU member states. What I also see, this way I'm coming to point number 5, is the lack of EU's unity and global voice. I see this as a major problem, because here we have 450 million people, the second biggest economy. It's still bigger than China, and major trading power, and one nuclear power within that's France. And we see that this integration, this European Union construction, is toothless, and this is being taken as an advantage for other powers outside Europe. With this lack of global voice, with this lack of global initiative, even in our own courtyard in the Balkans now, in the Western Balkan countries, this lack of initiative, and in our immediate neighborhood, in South Caucasus, in Ukraine, it's been taken. The advantage has been taken by other countries, other powers, like as we said before, primarily Russia, but then we have China as another player that's also coming into Europe, and regional players like Turkey, and even I would mention Saudi Arabia and even Iran, and they could take advantage of this weakness of European Union to project this power in its immediate neighborhood, a lack of initiative to have a global voice, to be a global player, and the lack of willingness to promote what is our core value. And as we said before, human rights, protection of the rule of law. This is something which is our hallmark, and that needs to be protected by all cost. And here, the European Union should be the beacon, should be the leader, and not even matched by other Western countries like Canada, United States, Australia. So to sum it up, these are the 5 points that I would point out as the greatest threats to our future. And but I believe this is just temporal, and that we will come up with solutions. We've been doing that in our history, and I believe that the European Union will find its way out of this backslog, and that Croatia will follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dujmovic. Since we don't have time for a discussion, I would just like to remind that this conference is a part of the Platform Conference for the Future of Europe, and that the conclusions of this conference would be a valuable input sent to the European Commission for the overall conclusions and an overall report in spring 2022. And we think that this conference really, as it has started, has valuable proposals, valuable ideas that the European Commission could use for shaping the future of Europe and having a vision for its long-term future. Thank you very much to all the speakers. Thank you, Professor Josipovic, Professor Pusic, Ambassador Kovacevic, and Mr. Dujmovic. I would suggest now a short break of a few minutes, and then we continue with the second panel on science and security.
Sorry, it's a pity that we don't have a discussion. It's really a pity, since it seems that the point that we made by the presenter are very interesting. So maybe next time we should have more time for discussion.
I agree.
Just a suggestion, okay?
Yes. Yes, I agree. But yes, we will also have proceedings from this conference, so we could elaborate all of these topics. And of course, for the next time, we will have more time. Thank you once again. And now we have to go to our second panel on science and security.
So we can start with the second panel, science and security. In this panel, we will ask scientists to analyze the role of science in important historical events and how the rapid progress of science and technology has its downsides. The best known example is, of course, misuse of nuclear technology, but today we also have cyberspace, medical threats of the pandemic. And in this topic, we will consider, of course, as very important part of the topic ethics and political environment and decision making. The panelists in this session are Götz Neunek, Krunoslav Pisk, Branko Kolaric, and Nikola Protrka. And the first one is Götz Neunek. He is Deputy Director of Institute for Peace Research and Security Policy at the University of Hamburg and the coordinator of the Track 2.0 Deep Cuts Commissions. He is also the head of the interdisciplinary research group Arms Control and Disarmament and the professor at the Faculty of Mathematics, Informatics and Natural Sciences at the University of Hamburg. And of course, his engagement in Pugwash was already stressed in the opening remarks he gave to us. So I would like Mr. Neunek to present his thoughts, and the title of his, let's call it, presentation is The Dual Use Dilemma, What Scientists Can Do. So, Professor Neunek, could you address us? He was here.
I think he will speak last because he's traveling. He thought he's
I see.
Yes, he's traveling to another conference, so he said that he might be a bit late. Maybe we can go on with the next speaker.
Then we'll go to.
We will return.
We'll return then to Mr. Neunek. The second one was supposed to be, and now he's the first one, is Krunoslav Pisk, who was director of the Ruđer Bošković Institute and the president of the Croatian Independent Union of Science. He is currently president of IUC Association and, of course, member of the European Academy of Art and Sciences and World Academy of Arts and Sciences. So there is much more that I could talk about. A friend of mine, Kruno, but let's give him a word and he will talk about science, scientists, and society. Kruno, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello to everybody. So I have some presentation in two parts. First part is something from the history because I find very interesting and important. It is not in generally common. And the second part is something about science, scientists, and society, responsibility, and so on. And this is something this is not, this second part is not new because in similar situation, in similar events, I presented something of that. Let's start then from the Einstein-Freud correspondence from 1931, 1932. Of course, just some insert. From Einstein to Freud. This is the problem. Is there any way of delivering mankind from the menace of war? It is common knowledge that with the advance of modern science, the issue has come to mean a matter of life and death for civilization as we know it. Nevertheless, for all the zeal displayed, every attempt at its solution has ended in a lamentable breakdown. So it's very interesting answers from Freud. First part, from our mythology, said Freud. Of the instinct, we may easily deduce a formula for an indirect method of eliminating war. If the propensity for war be due to the destructive instinct, we have always its counter agent, eros, to our hand. All that produces ties of sentiment between man and man must serve as war antidote. And in conclusion, how long have we to wait before the rest of man turn pacifist? Impossible to say, and yet perhaps our hope that these two factors, man's cultural disposition and the well-founded dread of the form that future wars will take, may serve to put an end to war in the near future, is not chimerical. But by what ways or by ways this will come about, we cannot guess. Meanwhile, we may rest on the assurance that whatever makes for cultural development is working also against war. The next historical fact, which is much better known, is actually the letter from Einstein to US President Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1939. This is interesting. The letter is sent from Einstein, who is extreme pacifist. From the beginning, in the letter is something like that. Sir, some recent work by Enrico Fermi and Leo Szilard, which has been communicated to me in manuscript, leads me to expect that the element uranium may turn into a new and important source of energy in the immediate future. And then this new phenomenon will also lead to the construction of bomb. And it is conceivable, though much less certain, that extremely powerful bomb of a new type may thus be constructed. And what is interesting for me, and for us in Croatia in particular, is the last part of this letter. I understand that Germany has actually stopped the sale of uranium from the Czechoslovakian mines, which she has taken over. That she should have taken such early action might perhaps be understood on the ground that the son of the German Undersecretary of State von Weizsäcker is attached to the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in Berlin, where some of the American work of uranium is now being repeated. Why is interesting? Because this son is Karl Friedrich Weizsäcker, his colleague of Ivan Supek in the Leipzig in the seminar of Heisenberg, of course, seminar of Heisenberg. And then what happened? We know bomb was dropped, and then 10 years after, when the Linus Pauling visited Einstein in 1954, and actually in that moment, Linus Pauling was Nobel Prize winner in chemistry, and he made some notes. In this note, he quote for the Einstein, "I made one great mistake in my life," said Einstein, "when I signed the letter to President Roosevelt commanding that the atom bomb be made." And he, of course, he tried to find excuse because he concerned that the Germans were doing the same thing. As you well known, in the July 1945, Russell released a resolution, Albert Einstein resolution. This is something I started, or is the polling about Pugwash Congress and Pugwash movement. It is interesting to also say that Linus Pauling was acquaintance of Ivan Supek, and Linus Pauling actually he visited and Ruđer Bošković twice in 1957 and 1988. But what is also very important from that point, that signature of Linus Pauling on the appeal for the peace in Croatia, which is very, very heavy political document in 1991, 1991, his signature was essential for this action. One historical interesting note is also when in 1980, Ivan Supek, in some article Science and Humanism, under the name of the paragraph Physical Appeal, he said, the universality of moral appeals is particularly critical in a time when application of science under the tutorship of political military leaders have brought the entire earth to the brink of total catastrophe. When in June, listen now, June 1944, at the Congress of Partisan Intellectuals in liberated Croatia, we, Ivan Supek, we anticipated the imminent use of the atomic bomb with its potential for the complete destruction of mankind. And thereupon immediately conclude that coexistence and disarmament were necessary. Others of this present dismissed the danger out of hand as completely unlikely and considered our conclusion anti-revolutionary, contrary to the revolutionary dialectic of Marxism. What is interesting that after this in 1994, in 1950, Ivan Supek was named by that time Yugoslav government in Belgrade to establish Institute Ruđer Bošković, this institute which was actually nuclear institute. But obviously just to mention that Supek was always and ever anti-nuclear weapons, and also he didn't like even nuclear energy. And the second part, I will talk two small things which are very general, not just for the nuclear weapons and nuclear sciences, but like some relation between sciences and society, like that. At the end of 20th century, science gained deep insights and gathered large amounts of knowledge. For instance, physics explained within the same general model the structure of atoms and atomic nuclei, the structure of stars, and the evolution of the universe. Of course, there are many answered questions in different areas, and some of the problems are not even perceived. The prize for deep specialist insights in different disciplines seems to be the gap between them. Such abysses lead not only to the mutual incomprehension, but also to misinterpretation and the lack of respect, especially in the relationship between the natural sciences and humanities. We can expect an even greater role of science in development and economics in the 21st century, which is already seen as post-industrial era, before and today informatics, IT, platforms, social platforms, and so on, artificial intelligence, whatever it means. Science per se, or scientific facts, are neutral in relation to ethics or morality. In contrast, the use of these facts in technology and or other activities, for example in politics, is subject to moral evaluation. Today, we are witnessing many problems of scientific origin, which as products of science-based technology, nuclear weapons, radioactive waste, various types of pollution, and so on and so on. We know what is the problem with the climate and so on. Similar problems exist in socio-humanistic discipline. For example, the way in which historical facts are used in politics or education. All this requires greater personal responsibility for each scientist. Also, greater responsibility lies within the scientific community through professional association, etc., especially when it comes to informing the public. If today we are entering a global community, recognized and accepted shared values must be established. This requires dialogue between scientists and scientific communities with different fields. And second part in the end, something which is my position and for many other my colleagues, I call it scientific believer. Those knowledge is an essential feature of our civilization, and science is that essential lever that creates new knowledge. Science has the power of prediction, of course, with certain limitation, which certainly leads in the direction of safety. Science has value for the individual, possibly because of possible creative contribution or participation. Just to mention, I think that we can link to the Freud as an instinct of curiosity. But science is also a set of universal truths, so it has global significance and value. Of course, the use of scientific achievements through the creation and use of technology has led to real problems, such as nuclear weapons, global climate changes, probably war part, but it is not clear what is this, how big is this part, species extinction, etc. Right now, we cannot begin to grasp what will be extent of the achievement of the discipline related to genetics, but neither of the problems they will entail. It should also be said that today experience teaches us that science and excuse me, new technology are the ones that can solve the problems that have arisen through the wrong or bad or harmful use or technology or scientific results. It is interesting, important to point out that the inner limitation of standard scientific scheme, such in quantum mechanics, superposition of state or entangled quantum mechanical states open up entirely new possibility for technology such as teleportation or quantum computing. The conclusion is the following. We are aware of the problems associated with the phenomena of science and knowledge that do not lead to the security of society or to security of the individual. Nevertheless, you have the right to be optimistic and expect more positive contribution from science and the role and meaning of knowledge, but we need to place more focus on great care and sense of responsibility of the part of scientists and the scientific community for the problems of the wider society, and especially their responsibility for the use or abuse their results. Dialogue and or connecting scientists with all segments of society, from the general public to politicians, and especially with the education system in the segments of humanities, social and ethical disciplines. This is the end. Thank you very much.
Move to the next presenter. It is Branko Kolaric from the University of Rijeka, and he is member of the Scientific Council of the Government of Croatia. He was not able to come due to the responsibilities connected with the pandemic, and he sent us a short video to address the conference. So I'd like you to put the video on.
Distinguished guests, excellencies, dear colleagues, dear organizers. I'm Branko Kolaric, and I was supposed to be with you today on the conference of big importance. Unfortunately, due to the epidemiological situation in Croatia, which is not very bright, I am now involved as all medical and scientific staff in control of the epidemic. So I will do the vaccination program today while you having this conference. I wish you to have excellent conference on behalf of us that cannot be present. Thank you very much.
So that was from Branko, and now we'll move to our next presenter. This is Nikola Proturka from the Police College Zagreb and the Ministry of Interior, and he is a permanent court expert in informatics and a specialist in information systems, security and auditing. The title of his presentation is Artificial Intelligence for Law Enforcement, Use Cases, Ethical Concerns and Trends. So, Mr. Proturka, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me, and I am welcoming you for this session that I can present something that it's maybe new in Ministry of Interior. It's related to using of artificial intelligence and all things that come with that, but including, I will say, just including in security purpose, law enforcement agencies. So I present a few words about that. I am working as a professor at Police College Zagreb, and there is a new subject related to artificial intelligence and prediction of policing. So I will say that according to Forbes, 83% of business consider artificial intelligence their major priority this year. So it's a big step from before. Consequently, it's now more important than ever to have a basic and sometimes detailed knowledge of artificial intelligence. So this is the reason why this subject is studied by students in our college. Artificial intelligence, it is one of the leading technologies today, which help us automate processes, streamline the user experience, and achieving tasks in much less time. Needless to say, artificial intelligence is also being utilized in every industry, domain, and technology sector to enhance working efficiency, and is increasingly being used in all areas of our lives, and as I said before, including law enforcement. So already today, law enforcement agencies unlocking the potential of AI in several important ways, and I will mention 5 of them. First is facial recognition, then second, cameras. Third, as I mentioned before, predictive policing. 4, robots, all kind of robots. And 5, something new, it's called non-violent crimes. And I will mention that in the non-violent crimes, there is technology through analyzing images where AI can pick out, for example, counterfeit goods and counterfeit bills, for example, with a high probability of accuracy, spotting details that the human eye may miss. For example, if you order some wardrobe, some shirt with fake sign, artificial intelligence can recognize and say that this is counterfeit goods. Then AI in law enforcement promises greater accuracy than humans in matching faces and saves officers time to recognizing someone. Machines, of course, can use parameters to identify faces beyond what human can typically detect. There is example of few riots in Hong Kong where there was recognition using only cameras. And in most major cities, cameras are everywhere on the streets and in businesses as well, especially financial institutions like banks. Law enforcement often relies on this footage to review crimes after the fact and catch criminals, of course. And AI can not only apply facial recognition to these images, but also identify objects and complex activities like car accidents taking place. Object identification has other uses as well. Through analyzing street footage, AI can identify vehicles based on set characteristics. For example, they could show you every blue car that passed through a given intersection in a given time. Where this becomes useful is when officers are looking for a stolen vehicle, for example, or a criminal on the run and need results quickly to have. Then artificial intelligence predictive policing refers to the ability to predict where crimes will occur, the individuals who will commit them, the types of crime, and who the victims will be. Because of that, it can be done heat maps where we can see on a real map where something can be done. Predictive policing is also a controversial topic, but it's still a long way from becoming commonplace. Companies and police departments are just starting to test out predictive policing systems, and these systems could eventually provide significant strides forward in predicting and ideally in future preventing crimes. Then when it comes to predicting crime locations, there is certain algorithms that can analyze crime rates across various areas and develop a map of crime hotspots, as I mentioned before, heat maps, and this can tell police to target these areas for extra patrolling and surveillance. This is done through pattern identification, where AI offered the field of law enforcement an incredible opportunity to better prevent crime. And in this regard, AI can be used in predictive policing or the ability to predict crime before it happens. This is the main thing. The practice itself already poses many ethical and legal dilemmas. And because ethical dilemmas are part of this conference, this is why I'm mentioning here. And AI reinforces these problems as well. Whether, for example, in the detection of fraud, traffic accidents, child pornography, or anomalies in public space, AI has promising application for law enforcement, and we are using it already. And in this field, we can use it even more. And of course, indeed, that AI makes law enforcement work less time consuming and less prone to human error and fatigue, and of course, more cost effective. This is already proven in few fields. And the most promising application of AI for law enforcement is this, as I mentioned, ability to identify patterns, thus an opportunity to better prediction, anticipation, and prevention the crime. And in this context, two questions arise. Who is targeted by predictive policing and for what purpose? And when AI is used in predictive policing to investigate digital networks, for example, such as trafficking, fraud, or child pornography online, it appears rather positive. But when used for spatial analysis to identify street crime and at-risk areas, for example, it has the power to stigmatize and to discriminate, of course. So the social effects of AI application in predictive policing are therefore very different depending on who is targeted and for what purpose. This is why we need to elaborate this a little bit more. While its use alone is not a problem per se, the lack of safeguards and the use of collected data can be the problem. As a result, the use of AI in predictive policing can threaten individual fundamental rights as well. And given that AI applications within predictive policing, as they exist today, threaten human rights, necessarily safeguards and legislation must be adopted to promote their more ethical use. Law enforcement has a duty to prevent crime where it can, but it can choose how to do so, taking into account the social effects of its action. How AI in predictive policing should be used, not as a means to oppress or discriminate, but as a means to process large amounts of data to better target the needs of the population that law enforcement serves. And then that will ensure that appropriate responses are developed for the benefits of all citizens. And for the end, predictive policing is likewise an area to watch, as it could have major implications for how criminals are caught and how victims are identified. Ideally, predictive policing will safeguard the public even more than before, but there are still kinks to be worked out as systems become more advanced. And there's no telling how these changes will transform the role of police officer and benefit public safety. One thing is sure, the result will likely have a major impact on us all. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Protika. It was illuminating to find out of these new technologies in policing, and especially this one in predicting of the possible threats.
Of course.
Yeah, maybe we'll have some time for discussion later, because I think we will have some time. And the last contributor to this panel, and I think we still don't have Professor Neunek now. Then here we have Professor Brug from University of Rijeka. He received his PhD at University of London in the deliberation of state and economy changes with the purpose to spread equal and participatory production and allocation models. He is exploring the specifics of social forms of production and their impact on development. And he'll talk will be today titled More Cooperation, Less Competition, The Road to Global Peace. Professor Prug, the floor is yours.
Thanks for inviting me, and my regards to everyone. I'm glad to be here. It's a hot topic, so to say, especially the last years of polarization in the world again. I'd like to talk about two, first of all, about economic aspects. We haven't covered them so far, and they are the driving force of the world production of wealth. Hence the topic. Peace requires cooperation, yet we live in a world that's driven by competitive practices and competitive behavior of social agents. That is, wealth is produced in social form. Wealth can be private, based on commodity production, or it can be public health, public education, and so on. And those two ways of producing wealth often clash, but they necessarily cooperate as well. Science, I think this is a statement of fact, nowadays cannot be developed without vast investments. And this is not something where Croatia stands very well. We are in the middle of EU chart for the production, investment in R&D. In GDP terms, we are around 1% in science and R&D. The average in EU is around 2%, so we are in kind of in the middle of the bottom half. What is often not discussed in science, I find, is its social context, and that's what drives science. Normally, in common sense and among scientists, what drives people to it, the study is some kind of intrinsic motivation for scientific discovery, for use of intellect. UK Science Council defines science as the pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world, following a systematic methodology based on evidence. Yet, without vast investments nowadays, this cannot happen. Then the question is, who are social actors investing and what drives them? And we have two types of social actors. One is private firms, and the other one is public institutions. And then again, the next question is what drives them? Of course, the private firms are driven by profit. Their logic is to produce and sell for more than their total cost of production. So to increase wealth, accumulate wealth. Their money is usually called capital investments, capital goods. Their job is to increase wealth, to accumulate wealth. Public institutions, on the other hand, they produce by different logic. They produce by logic of planning, by logic of long set of processes, by cooperation, deliberation, and they're not driven by profit directly. Their goal is to produce wealth in a way that has been discussed and decided on the highest level of a political community. Today, this is national state, of course, and then international institutions that also fund production of public wealth. The interesting point for us here is that science is driven by cooperation, and it's impossible to imagine science that operates without cooperation of scientists, without sharing of data, of findings, without peer review, without many processes and a long history of standing on the shoulders of giants, building slowly on top of the history and of those before us. Science has to be planned, has a competitive character as well, but is fundamentally driven by cooperation. Then the last question before I come to the concluding point is that what are the indirect goals of publicly financed planned production? Why do states invest in science? There are two possible answers. One is because we appreciate science, we have values, we have ethics or morals that direct us towards pursuit of science. I think there's an element to it, but I think a far more persuasive argument is that it is the logic of wealth production that drives science, that is, firms within national states have to be successful on international markets. The more the world global is, the more interest national governments and have to invest in certain types of science. And those types of sciences that will be validated on markets by producing private goods and by competing. And this is where we come to my last point before concluding. It's the role of military in all of this. In the United States, this is something that's well known among sociologists and political economists, amongst certain strata of economists as well. But economics as a discipline tends to suppress this, which is the knowledge that the largest funders of science in the world are governments, and especially early science, in basic science, as we call it. In applied science, there is already a mix of public and private funding. In the basic science, public funding dominates. And in the US, where the EU often looks for inspiration in how science is funded because of their success in technology, especially in the era of internet and computing, it's hard to find a serious scientific discovery where public funds have not been, if not equal, in most cases, driving force in scientific discovery, including the early applied science. So only where we come to actual products, that's where we see the private sector taking on and injecting its competitive nature and competitive character into applying science. The most known study, just to mention one well-known study, is study of iPod 10 years ago or so, when it showed that every single of the 7 most important components of such a new, at the time, consumer product, which has been hugely successful, as we know, it has driven the industry since. Apple has been an innovative company in applying science. All of its components can be publicly financed. In other words, public finance in IT, the internet has been driven by public finance, primarily by military. Military funds are where a lot of science happens today. They're hidden from public scrutiny because military has its own logic, military funds have its own logic. Their primary goal is to enable the government that invests those funds for its military dominance and its private firms to apply such science on world markets and to sell its products. So my conclusion is we have a world that has 2 clashing principles that are driving the production of wealth. Science is deeply embedded in production of wealth. We cannot speak about science without speaking of economics. But economics, science relies on pluralism, and science relies on battle and clashes of ideas. We can call it competition, but they're primarily a world of cooperation with some competition as well. And economics as a discipline in the last several decades has become a very narrow discipline, which has pushed out pluralism from its discourse, and especially from its textbooks and how our students educate it today. So it's very rare to find nowadays in economics, at least in education, a study of public production of wealth, of cooperation, and of its fundamental meaning and fundamental importance for the dominant private production of wealth. So to conclude, science requires cooperation, but so does peace. Yet the world runs on competitive, fiercely competitive model of private firms that compete, try to oust each other, buy each other out, produce better products, and we all benefit from it. But if we are to have peace, balance has to be found, and state involvement and public funds into production of science, their logic of cooperation has to be extended in other spheres so that military role in production of science decreases. And so does that importance of military for gaining foothold in the world, for being a world power, decreases. We're a long way from that, but the logic of cooperation and science are a second pillar, often not discussed enough, of development in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Krug. Now I see that Professor Neunek is with us. Professor Neunek, I already introduced you, so I will not repeat this introduction. So the title of the talk of Professor Neunek is The Dual-Use Dilemma, What Scientists Can Do. Professor Neunek, the floor is yours. You have to unmute. You have to unmute, Professor Neunek.
Thank you
Yes.
for the kind words, and sorry that I'm a little bit late, but as I told the organizers, I have to travel 100 kilometers for another place. We have a meeting here of the German Physical Society, and I'm now here and happy to talk to you. The files I have can be skipped in for saving some time. I think. Okay, we have enough time. Good.
Yeah.
Then let me try to find my files here on the drive.
Možemo ih i mi naći, ja? We can find them if you want, Professor Neumann.
We can open them.
Okay.
We can open them.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So then that would be even better. So then
Ja, možeš?
if you could open the files, so I'm a little bit relieved and can concentrate on the content.
Yeah.
Actually, I think the key issue is here the dual use and ambivalence of science, and we can learn something from history, but we also are faced with new challenges. The next slide gives you a short structure of the steps I would like to go. In principle, I think that open science should be open, neutral, should based on humanistic values, and should help mankind and not create new means for destroying it. On the other side, and this is the ambivalence, we also see national security, that scientific results as well as scientific approaches have been used by the military. And of course, we enter here the political realm. At the end, it is important to balance open science and national security, and also work for more international security. This can also be done by science, as Pugwash has showed in the last decades. We see harmful and destabilizing developments. Of course, we have to assess what that really means, could become harmful and destabilizing. And at the end, I could speak a little bit about current challenges we see. The next slide somewhat describes the openness of science. I think, in my opinion, it is some kind of new understanding for the human existence. And that was born in the area of enlightenment, based on humanism and idea of progress. But knowledge and also capacities can be used also or misused for deadly purposes. I don't have to explain you the methods of science. My successor already talked about financial support. So modern science is very expensive. and states give a lot of money for scientific work. On the other side, in principle, at least embedded in the German constitution, Article 5.2, it guarantees the freedom of science. But of course, we can question if we are depending on financial support, whether that neutrality and autonomy is really guaranteed. That is an internal challenge. The next slide shows the experiences we had during the Cold War. Of course, the biggest or the technology mostly capable to destroy the planet is nuclear military technologies, as we have seen in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But this development didn't stop here with the Manhattan Project. It showed us also during the Cold War issues like building the H-bomb, which is by the factor of 1,000 more destructive than a normal atomic bomb used in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We saw much investments in missile technologies for ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, space weapons, stealths during the Cold War. SDI triggered research and development for ballistic missile defense, which was justified by saying we have to overcome deterrence by defensive means. This struggle goes on until today. We also know that there have been clandestine programs about chemical weapons, but as well as on bioweapons in the superpowers. But we cannot rule out that others also invested in these kind of technologies. Technologies proliferate, and if you understand their basics, then other states adopt this. And we saw in Iraq that was a main driver for going to Iraq. And then also the Iran file shows us that there are technologies which are dual use. Centrifuges can produce civilian fissile material, but they can also produce weapon relevant material. The next slide underlines the warning by US President Dwight D. Eisenhower. I will not, of course, read the whole text here, but at the end he said, yet in holding scientific research and discovery in respect as we should, we must also be alert to the equal and opposite danger that public policy could itself become the captive of a scientific technological elite. We learned during the Cold War that exactly that happened. Since then, it became much more silent on military relevant programs. But the speaker prior to my talk was exactly mentioning about the huge investments, especially in the United States, on military relevant research. We should also, and that shows the next slide, understand that scientists played different roles. So there have been people working for national security at the end. I mean, Fritz Haber was the example of World War I by being a more international person in time of war, changed this research for producing new chemical weapons. Oppenheimer, Werner von Braun, all these people worked at the end under war conditions, Cold War conditions also for national security, as well as people like Edward Teller, Andrei Sakharov, John von Neumann. But we also learned from Pugwash and other organizations that international security could be also prevent the use of weapons of mass destruction. It can make a contribution to end new arms races, as worked out in the famous Einstein-Russell memorandum. And with the help of scientists, arms control treaties have been established. And but there are not only international agreements, but also unilateral action in the case, for example, for German scientists who made a clear statement in 1957 that they will not participate in any weapon research for nuclearizing Germany. And then with the creation of Track 2 diplomacy, the Pugwash conferences touched new ground in making major contributions to conflict resolution. Our Secretary General was alluding to that in his welcome words. But scientists are also active in international organizations for verification, UN, IAEA, CTBTO, or OPCW, mainly for chemists. But also working groups are studying models for preventing nuclear war by understanding better what happens in the case of a nuclear war, but also started developing protocols, tools, technologies to verify the compliance of arms control treaties. So we see we have different roles for scientists, and the next slide builds on the insight of Sidney Drell, a very famous particle physicist. Next slide, please. He said that history teaches us that new technologies have had a major influence on the structure, tactics, and strategy of military forces, and that technological advantage can prove decisive to the outcome of military conflicts. The second part tries to elaborate a little bit what kind of tools do scientists have. And first and foremost, there are ethical regulations on the individual and institutional level. And that is discussed in cases, for example, like lethal autonomous weapon systems, whether scientists can here, based on ethical regulations, make contributions not to participate in that kind of research, which includes, by the way, the growing field of artificial intelligence. Then we have international regulations based on the UN Charter and the UNESCO. I come to that in some minutes. Then we have still a arms control fundament, which is heavily eroding, but these treaties are still there. And that means at the end that treaties create principles, what means stable, what means crisis reduction measures, what is the confidence building effect. So these principles are still there, although some of the key treaties like the ABM Treaty, INF Treaty, were cancelled by superpowers, and this erosion process certainly is one of the main concerns now, which has to be stopped. And I hope that scientists can play a big role here, because they were responsible to put these treaties on the stage. But now politicians, either by ignorance or by political will, try to dismantle these important pillars of the international order to invest more back on the old idea that only states are strong if they are free to use all weapons which exist here. So then we have also, of course, national regulations. Arms control, disarmament, non-proliferation is linked with national regulations in arms control. And at the end, it's also useful to understand what is the individual and institutional social responsibility of scientists. Next slide gives some key quotations by former presidents of Pugwash, Sir Joseph Rotblat and Sir Michael Atiyah. They are pointing to the fact that scientists do understand the technical problems better than average politicians or citizens. And based on this knowledge, that brings also responsibility. And if you are familiar with the debate about cyber weapons and cyber challenges, very often most of the people really are not trained in the details of the internet, and it is also the case in other parts of science. Scientists can therefore warn of further dangers that may arise from current discoveries. And one of the key issues which have been made by Sir Joseph Rotblat was always that scientists can have some kind of international fraternity, and that they can talk with each other, also in some protected atmosphere and with an honest dialogue on key issues. But we have, of course, also to understand that the political challenges are here, and that on the other side, scientists often are not trained to understand the mechanics and the interactions made destructive or made constructive these different world of politics. So to bring both together is, of course, also an eternal challenge. The next slide explains what arms control is about. I will skip that. I find it always stimulating to make clear that arms control is not convincing the other to give up weapons, and it is always a cooperative-based enterprise, and it is built on parity. It is built on making real disarmament possible. So to prepare the conditions for future disarmament, or at least to prevent excessive armament. And of course, part of arms control is also verification. New technologies can help here to solve problems which are there in different fields. But we should not underestimate that the key principles and key objectives are important. So it's about war prevention. It is about risk reduction and threat reduction. It is about stabilizing a situation in a crisis. And it's also about non-proliferation, because if you set a bad example for a weapon development or the weapon use in wars, then other countries might adopt that either. And that is also another challenge, which we not only know from the nuclear technology issue, but also from other fields of technology. And important principles here are confidence building, transparency, irreversibility, if we speak about disarmament. So Paolo mentioned in his welcome words the amount of still existing around 13,000 nuclear weapons. And superpowers argue we have decreased these huge amounts we had during the 80s. But the material is still there, and irreversibility is not necessarily there. So these are principles which are important if you speak also about nuclear disarmament. Next slide. I won't go here into details. Everyone who is interested in arms export control knows that each state has different regulations. The European Union is working on the harmonization of export control. Of course, it's not only to prohibit the transfer of certain commodities or information, which is hard to do, but it's also about handling critical goods, including technology, software, and sensitive knowledge. And in the world of the internet, that is, of course, a big challenge here. The German Ministry of Economics has published a brochure, a manual for academia to understand these regulations. That's not easy. It's based in law, and very often scientists are not very much aware on these issues, be it equipment or even intangible expertise, which is hard to control. But it's an important part of the tools states as well as also scientific organizations have to prevent the destabilizing export of new weapon technologies. Next slide is referring to the dual use problem. The German academy, which is called Leopoldina, so it's comparable with the Royal Society or with the National Academy of Science, has published a handbook with the title Scientific Freedom and Scientific Responsibility. And it is appealing to scientists to have a special ethical responsibility that goes beyond legal obligations. The legal obligations of states are fixed, but the individual and institutional ethical responsibility is another important issue. And in this book, you find some ideas, some rules, even some committees which can be established in organizations to prevent the export of dangerous materials, knowledge, or equipment. We actually had with the German DESI, the accelerator in Hamburg, a quite interesting conference. Next slide. With people who are working with high power lasers. And you can do a lot of good things with these research tools, but also quite bad things. And there's the suspicion that given the actual power competition, mainly between the US, China, and Russia, could accelerate pressure on scientists not to talk with their international counterparts or to deny visa or to use the dual use argument to stop international cooperation. So this study goes into more details. I don't have the time. I can give you the link. It's at the end of my presentation. Let me finish by pointing to those scientific fields which are relevant and which can be put into the class of triggering new technological arms races. Next slide. Maybe I will not go here into detail. These are quotations from National Security Strategy document of the United States. It makes the point that saying our competitive military advantage is eroding. The US is leading in many fields of military relevant technology, but they see China here as quoted in the middle as strategic competitor using predatory economics to intimidate its neighbors. And it enlists specific fields where China is a challenger for the United States. So they label here advanced computing, big data analytics, artificial intelligence, autonomy, robotics, directed energy weapons, hypersonics, and biotechnology. So these are identified strategic fields where the United States think they need more to invest so that China is not defeating the United States in these fields. This is unfortunately the rhetorics of today. Next slide are the erosion of the classical arms control. I mentioned already the ABM treaty, the INF treaty, the Iran agreement, the NPT is under stress. The extension of New START is a very complicated field, because in contrast to the debate we had in the 80s, where we had more or less parity in strategic warheads, there are additional developments which are a concern for all nuclear weapon states. Ballistic missile defense, hypersonic weapons, precision-guided conventional weapons which can attack nuclear sites, military nuclear sites, and also cyber attacks on the nuclear command and control infrastructure. These are developments which are very dangerous. And I think we need the arms control architecture to restrain these negative developments. Next slide is a list of new technologies based on an UN document as current developments with potential impact on international security and disarmament. You see here those fields which I have already mentioned: bio and chemistry, artificial intelligence and autonomous systems, advanced missiles and missile defense, space-based technologies. You have a panel on this at the end of your conference tomorrow: electromagnetic technologies, material technologies. And you have to ask, you have to answer here key questions. Are these technologies really, have they really an impact? Are they game changers? What are constraining factors? What does it mean for decision making in a moment of crisis? And of course, at the end, the eternal question, how to differentiate here between civilian and military use. So I think the only answer we can give here based on the historical files is that we need a better assessment of these technologies. Next slide. So what to do? I give you some examples. We need for specific fields expert analysis and technological assessments in specific areas based on arms control criteria. And that cannot only be done by some Pugwash active people. We have to involve industry, civil society, academia, and scientific organizations. And this is exactly why I'm here, for example, to speak with those in the German Physical Society who are at the edge of creating new quantum technologies or newer fantastic gadgets which can become also military relevant one day. Verification research is important. You need to verify access and compliance of treaties. And in Germany, we work since several decades, and I'm sure that my colleague Jürgen Altmann will speak tomorrow on this. We created what we call preventive arms control measures, which are based on criteria like crisis stability, arms control stability, risk reduction, verification potential, to prevent not only the misuse of existing technologies, but also to prevent the heavy investment of future military technologies, which are scientific based. Next slide. I come here to the conclusion in 9 theses. Science needs freedom, but in exchange, freedom also entails responsibility. And I think scientists should invest more in this. Scientific discoveries have benefits, but they have also a potential risk for misuse or destructive use. And that if that happens, that undermines the ethos of science. We should also be quite aware that discussions where scientific results have been ended on the battlefield are undermining the ethos of science itself. The scientific community as a whole has a special responsibility to understand the implications of the dual use developments. Of course, things cannot be predicted, but scientists are at the edge of understanding what a potential misuse could be. So they should not leave it then to the patent lawyer or to the industry which are using it. They should invest more on understanding the long-term consequences. That means one has to raise the awareness for legal provisions, especially in fields like nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons, and of course, arms methods or banning the export knowledge to specific countries is also one tool. Other ways forward are risk analysis, minimizing risk by evaluating high-risk research before it starts. There's always a debate in bio weapon research whether that is really understood for specific parts of bio research. Foregoing research is, of course, the last resort. That is simply not possible based on the freedom of science in modern countries. But we can also raise the question, what is in other countries which are not part of the Western club? Education for younger scientists is important. And of course, research institutions can also develop ethic rules for handling science security relevant research if they want. Very often institutions don't have an interest on this. Let's be honest about this. And again, the new power competition between US, Russia, and China puts science more under pressure. And I think to prevent a new scientific technological arms race in fields like artificial intelligence, quantum theory, autonomic weapon system, needs also the voice of scientists. But speaking about scientists also, of course, have to understand the cosmos, the planetary system of politics. And I think Pugwash, and especially the Secretary General, was quite good in bringing both sides together. But to understand each other, you need a minimum on rationality and on some kind of neutrality about the problems which exist today and which will exist also in the future. So let me finish here. Hopefully it was not too long. I think these literature gives you the sources where I'm alluding to, and if you are interested, and you can pick them up in the internet, or can ask me about other sources here. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Narnek. It was really a pleasure to hear this presentation. And we are almost exactly on time. Now it's time for a short break. And after 15 minutes, I think we could move to our next panel. So thank you very much, all the participants. And it was really a pleasure to hear you all. See you in 15 minutes.
Devo cominciare. Ecco qua. Sì, sì.
Let us now proceed with the roundtable on nuclear disarmament and global security with ambassadors of world countries, along with the representatives of the international Pugwash. The panel with the aim to explore the current state of play on nuclear disarmament initiatives, the positions of world and European states on disarmament and the use of nuclear energy, as well as other issues and threats to global security, peacekeeping missions, joint cooperation, and responsible politics. We would like to see this roundtable as a platform for world countries to exchange their views and thoughts in this important area. We are very pleased to have the following speakers on our roundtable. Mr. Paolo Cotta-Ramusino, Secretary General of the Global Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs, the Ambassador of Japan, Her Excellency Ms. Misako Kaji, the Ambassador of the Republic of Kazakhstan, His Excellency Mr. Tolezan Barlibayev, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Mr. Henk Voskamp, and the Ambassador of Switzerland, Her Excellency Ms. Emilia Georgieva. What is the current situation in the world regarding nuclear disarmament and the proliferation of nuclear weapons? What are the key security threats of the modern world and the activities of Pugwash in this regard? We will ask our first speaker, Mr. Paolo Cotta-Ramusino, Secretary General of the Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs and Fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science, as well as leading force in promoting the involvement of scientists in arms control and disarmament. Mr. Cotta-Ramusino, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Are you hearing me fine?
Yes, we hear you very much.
Good. Let's, I try to be very synthetic. Nuclear weapons. What is the progress we made into the elimination of nuclear weapons, and what are the problems that we have now? First of all, let's take a quick view of the progress we made on nuclear weapons. First of all, I already mentioned in the beginning of this seminar the decrease of the number of nuclear weapons, which is very important. From the 70,000 or the order of 70,000 worldwide, we are now to 13,000, 14,000, which is still a lot, but there is a big change. Second point, the NPT essentially holds. We have only North Korea, which became a nuclear weapon state recently, meaning the last 20 years. But altogether, the NPT holds. The other point, the positive point, is that we have a new treaty, which is the NPT treaty, sorry, the TPNW treaty, which is Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which is not, which is entering into force recently, and it's in fact is an important treaty which is forbidding all sorts of nuclear weapons, including something which is very important for the European example. In the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, it's forbidden to host nuclear weapons from other countries. Positive things are the fact that we have still the International Agency for the Atomic Energy. We have the Organization for the Prohibition of Nuclear Tests. We have the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons and so on. So we have these institutions, international institutions, which are working and working fine. We have also some general discussion about no first use, which is also important. But altogether, if you look at the period after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, we have seen that there is a general consciousness that the nuclear weapons are not an instrument for solving conflict problem, up to now. Right? We have to see that the situation, as far as conflict are concerned, is in a, I would say, in a moving environment. What is a negative situation in terms of nuclear weapons? We have the elimination of important treaties, essentially due to the unilateral initiative of the United States, which is the elimination of the IVN Treaty, which forbids treaty again to protect against the attack of nuclear missiles, which was in 2003. Then we have the elimination of the treaty that prohibits international nuclear forces, INF, which was done by President Trump, and so on. Then another point which is of concern, and that's something which has been discussed before, is the new technology which can have the problem of nuclear weapons more complicated. We have all the field of cyber technologies, the artificial intelligence and so on. And that's something that it should be, it's dangerous in terms of keeping control of existing nuclear weapons. And there is not enough international discussion and cooperation on limiting this technology in order to avoid a situation which can run out of hands. Then what is something which is the main topic which I would like to talk now is the relation between conflicts and nuclear risks. We had, go back to for a moment to the Cuban Missile Crisis. You see, we had at that point an antagonism between Russia and the United States, and there was a period of time where we were closer to a nuclear war due to, as a consequence of antagonism. The Cuban Missile Crisis was, as we know, a very dangerous environment. We have been saved by a nuclear war by very little narrow in time and narrow margin. And after the risk associated to the Cuban Missile Crisis, we had, in fact, a renaissance of the nuclear weapons control systems. We had the NPT, which was very important. We had the limitation of nuclear tests and so on. So we had at that time a correlation between nuclear risks and, in fact, initiatives that were taken in order to eliminate these nuclear risks. Are in the same situation now? We have to see. On one side, we see that there are conflicts going on and antagonisms going on, and they involve times Russia and China, as I was saying before, and the United States. But then we have conflicts in South Asia, conflict where there are two nuclear powers, India and Pakistan. The conflict in the Middle East, where we have nuclear weapons in Israel, but also the problem of Iran and the relation with the region, the elimination of the treaty, which limits the nuclear activities of Iran and put serious limits to many things, including the maximum enrichment which should be allowed. And now all of this has been dismantled, and there is an attempt to reconstruct the situation which was defined by the international agreement with Iran, the Joint Comprehensive Peace of Action. But these attempts are just in the middle of being developed, and I am not sure that they are going to have soon a positive solution. We have new conflicts which have been come up now, and the ambassador of Kazakhstan can, in fact, talk a little bit about how the region has been affected by different conflicts, including Armenia, including the situation where in Afghanistan. Where Afghanistan is a typical example in which, in fact, altogether NATO and the West, and before them Russia, have been attempted to solve the problem and in fact create a situation worse. I want you to reflect about Afghanistan. Afghanistan is a country where the West altogether invested something on the order of $3 trillion. With these $3 trillion, they could have taken Afghanistan from the situation where it was and transformed it into the Switzerland of Central Asia. And not. Now the situation in Afghanistan is a total disaster. And not just by the return of the Taliban. The Taliban were, in fact, not a monolith. They are not a monolith. I mean, I had Pugwash had several conversations with part of the Taliban, and we have tried to promote dialogue. But now the situation collapsed. And I would like, in fact, the colleague which was speaking before, and they was saying, well, Croatia should join NATO. Hold on. NATO has been unable to, in fact, deal with many problems. Afghanistan is a big example. I doubt that NATO can have the capability of holding the situation in the region around Croatia. So I think that the best way to do that is to have bilateral and multilateral discussion between antagonistic countries. This is not happening, did not happen in Afghanistan, is not happening in Central Europe. Think about Belarus and Poland. And probably it's not going to happen in Southern Europe. So I think that the really problem here is to have dialogue among antagonistic countries and try to prevent conflicts. Conflicts can become the starting point of nuclear use, and we want not this to happen. This is something very important. Up to now, nuclear use did not happen in conflicts after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We want to preserve this environment. We want to preserve this lack of the use of nuclear weapons. And there is really no way alternative to a dialogue among the interested countries. Countries which are involved in conflicts or antagonists should find a way of getting together and putting the antagonists down and try to find solutions. There are antagonists which have, in fact, no sense. I was before referring to Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Turkey, and there is no need to have any antagonists there. Solution is making free movement across different boundaries and avoiding the settling of rigid rules that in fact will make antagonism worse. Of course, this is easy to talk and difficult to handle and difficult to put in practice. But nevertheless, if countries like Croatia lives in an environment which has some sort of antagonism, There is no alternative way than to try to solve these antagonists and bring them down. And that's something you have to use to understand. I am convinced that this kind of seminar will be very good in the future, and if we can repeat that all the time, many times, we have to, in fact, try to involve different countries in the region. People were referring to Montenegro, Northern Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and so on, and try to reconstruct a dialogue in the region, which is important to prevent the growth of antagonism. Yes, the situation in South Asia and in Middle East and in Northeast Asia is worse than the situation in Southern Europe, but it's an example that we have to keep in mind. If we want to avoid a conflict between India and Pakistan, there is no other ways than dialogue and try to avoid that situation like the one in Kashmir will bring conflicts there and the use of nuclear weapons. Let me remind as a final statement that if we have the use of nuclear weapons which did not happen up to now, if we have nuclear weapons are exploding in the atmosphere or on the ground, then we have global ecological consequences which can be devastating for mankind. Besides, that people could have been killed in this war, in this hypothetical war with nuclear weapons. So I think the final point is that nuclear risks and nuclear dangers are a problem of everybody, not only of countries that possess nuclear weapons or countries that are in regions where there are nuclear weapons present. An example of the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which has been essentially approved by countries in the Southern Hemisphere or in the region weapons are not, is a good example that we should follow and should support strongly in order to avoid possible nuclear risks that are in fact still present very much despite the progress which have been made. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kotaramusino, for sharing your thoughts and this overview of the international developments and risks across the globe. We are very honored to announce the Ambassador of Japan, Her Excellency Ms. Misako Kaji, as our next speaker. As it is very well known, Japan is the only country in the world ever to suffer from atomic bombing, which took place in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. After the Second World War, through reconstruction and development in the free market economy, Japan has grown to be a technological and cultural superpower, which contributes to geopolitical stability. Japan does not possess programs for the development of weapons of mass destruction, and along with its efforts on non-proliferation and nuclear disarmament, promotes peaceful use of nuclear energy. The Ambassador of Japan, Ms. Kaji, will tell us more about Japan's current initiatives for nuclear disarmament towards global security. We don't hear you.
You have to unmute yourself.
We don't hear you. Ms. Kaji? Ms. Kaji, we don't hear you. U chatu napiši, molim te. We don't hear you.
We don't hear you. You have to unmute.
Ms. Kaji, you have to unmute yourself. We don't hear you. Ms. Kaji, please, unmute yourself. I'm sorry, can you unmute yourself? We don't hear you. You must unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Can you hear us?
You have to unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
We didn't hear anything.
Do you hear us? Can you hear us? Ms. Kaji, can you hear us or?
Ona je unmuted.
She is unmuted, but I think. Ms. Kaji, can you hear us? Yes, I think we can go on maybe with the next speaker, then we can return.
Da.
Yes. Ms. Kaji, we will go now with the next speaker and then we will return after this. Can you hear us now? Yes, we will then go on and then after we can return to the ambassador of Japan, Ms. Kaji. So we are very glad to welcome the ambassador of the Republic of Kazakhstan, His Excellency Mr. Tolezan Barlibayev, as our next speaker. As we know, the Republic of Kazakhstan is widely considered a strong supporter of the global process of non-proliferation of nuclear and all weapons of mass destruction. The country consolidated its position as the first nation in the history of mankind to voluntarily abandon the largest arsenal of nuclear weapons in the early 90s and has become a pioneer of international non-proliferation and disarmament diplomacy. The ambassador of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Barlibayev, will tell us more about the current use of nuclear energy in this largest economy in Central Asia and other developments regarding peacekeeping activities in the region. Mr. Barlibayev, please.
Thank you very much. Are you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, thanks, Olga. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to address such a distinguished audience. Today, important aspects of nuclear disarmament and global security are being discussed, and I'm sure that our exchange will lead to valuable insights for foreign policy makers, decision makers, and practitioners. I would like to thank the Croatian Pugwash Association for providing us with this opportunity and convening this important meeting. Dear colleagues, today the threat of nuclear weapons is as realistic as ever. The ongoing acceleration of nuclear programs in some countries, combined with persistent terrorist menace, increase the risk of doomsday weapons. I fully agree with Mr. General Secretary Kotor Muzino that situation in Afghanistan is concerning, and Kazakhstan is closely following the development of situation in Afghanistan, which is going through another decisive moment in its history. We strongly believe that the future stability of Afghanistan depends on its economic development, and the ability of its government depends on the ability to resolve promptly of the problem of pending economic collapse. The coronavirus pandemic has accelerated deep crisis in the system of international relations. We all witness the trends of growing competition of world centers of power, stabilization of the world economy, and the lack of trust in international relations, as well as inefficiency of global governance institution. Speaking at the 75th anniversary of United Nations in the fall of last year, President Tokayev made an important observation. In the shadow of the pandemic, two more serious challenges are approaching us. One of them, the crisis of nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament. The lack of trust between countries is extremely toxic. We all need to think about the consistent strengthening of multilateral institutions. Today, the world needs a political negotiations process aimed at restoring the manageability of entire international security system. Achieving a nuclear weapon-free world remains a policy priority of my government. Over the last 30 years, this aspiration has led Kazakhstan into the global anti-nuclear movement. It has become part of our national identity. Kazakhstan is partly to all fundamental international treaties in the field of nuclear disarmament, non-proliferation, and peaceful use of atomic energy. This year, our country marks 30th anniversary of its decision to close the Semipalatinsk nuclear test site and renounce the fourth largest nuclear stockpile. It is an important date, not only in the history of our country, but for the entire global anti-nuclear movement. As you know, starting in 1949, then the first test of atomic weapons took place in Kazakhstan. For over 4 decades, Soviet authorities conducted more than 468 nuclear tests at the Semipalatinsk site. Their total power between 1949 and 1963 was 2,500 times higher than the power of atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. You can imagine the scale of that radiation. More than 1.3 million people in Kazakhstan were exposed to radioactive fallout during these atmospheric and underground tests. And many people still suffer and unfortunately will suffer for the future generation from genetic diseases, cancer, leukemia, which were caused by explosions. Kazakh people particularly appreciate the contribution of Japan and European Union countries to document and restore the ecological balance in the territory of the former test site. These countries also provided medical assistance to victims of radiation. By the decree of the first president of Kazakhstan, Nursultan Nazarbayev, on August 29, 1991, the Semipalatinsk nuclear test site was closed. In its place, the National Nuclear Center of Kazakhstan was established in 1992 to assist them in eliminating the infrastructure for the storage and use of nuclear weapons, as well as to provide scientific and technical support for the policy of government of Kazakhstan in the field of peaceful use of atomic energy. But Kazakhstan not only closed this test site, it went further and deliberately renounced the decommission and its nuclear arsenal. It's about 1,500 nuclear warheads. That potential was bigger at the time that nuclear forces of France, Britain, and China combined. In December 1993, my country became a party of the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons and shortly thereafter a member of International Atomic Energy Agency. Kazakhstan was among the first to sign the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty in 1996 and subsequently ratified it in 2001. Together with our neighbors, we created a new nuclear weapon-free zone in Central Asia, and the treaty was signed in 2006 in Semipalatinsk. It was subsequently ratified by all 5 Central Asian states and entered into force in 2009. Kazakhstan has arguably progressed on launching similar nuclear weapons-free zone, including in the Middle East. It was Kazakhstan that in 2009 suggested to General Assembly of United Nations to declare August 29, when a decree on the closure of Semipalatinsk test site was signed, as an International Day Against Nuclear Tests. In December 2015, UN General Secretary adopted Universal Declaration for Achievement of Nuclear Weapon-Free World, put forward by Kazakhstan and so conspired by 35 countries. This is a key document that calls for total elimination of nuclear weapons as the only absolute guarantee that it will be never used as a threat in international relations. Kazakhstan is known for launching in 2012 the ATOM. It is abbreviation of Abolish Testing Point Our Mission project, an international campaign seeking to mobilize global public opinion against nuclear weapons testing and nuclear weapons. Ladies and gentlemen, we all agree that nuclear disarmament and the abolition of nuclear testing are essential precondition for global security, and our country has been staunch promoter of non-proliferation. For instance, it played an important role in conclusion of the Iranian nuclear deal by hosting 2 rounds of negotiations between Iran and the P5+1 in 2013. At the UN General Assembly in 2005, for centrally the United Nations to develop a 2035 global strategic initiative plan to rid the world of nuclear weapons. In that year, Kazakhstan signed an agreement with the Atomic Energy Agency to establish a law to provide the world with nuclear fuel used for peaceful purposes. In 2016, the Kazakh capital hosted an international conference building a world without nuclear weapons dedicated to the 21st anniversary of the closure of a semi-nuclear test site. As part of the 5th Astana Club meeting, we created a new unique international platform, the Global Alliance of Leaders for Nuclear Security and the World Free of Nuclear Weapons. Current President of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, continues the anti-nuclear position of Kazakhstan foreign policy. He called on the global community to support the provision of Universal Declaration on building a world free of nuclear weapons, stressing that it's a roadmap to a safer future. Nowadays, Kazakhstan actively participating in global anti-nuclear efforts of the international community, supports the initiative of UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres on a new comprehensive disarmament agenda. We agree with his opinion that the proliferation of nuclear weapons poses an existential threat to humanity, since today there are 15,000 nuclear weapons stored in the world, and hundreds of them can be activated within a few minutes, which can lead to a catastrophe when entire cities disappear from the face of the earth. Ultimately, Kazakhstan, as well as many other states, has one goal: to maintain a safe nuclear-free world for the next generation. We are ready to join with you to further strengthen international disarmament and non-proliferation. Now, with that, let me conclude by expressing my gratitude to the organizers of this conference for their work further promoting a world without nuclear arms and laying a platform to exchange views and thoughts in this area, and for giving me the chance to address this respectable audience. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So just to say one word, which is Kazakhstan is the country that possesses most uranium in the world. So the attitude of the government of Kazakhstan is important even more for that reason, since they are promoting a world without nuclear weapons, but still they have a lot of uranium. So it's very important that the Republic of Kazakhstan will take the lead in this anti-nuclear, in the sense of anti-military nuclear initiative.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comment.
We will now proceed with our next speaker, if that's okay. Then later we can comment and share our thoughts in the discussion.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
Our
you very
next
much.
speaker is the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands, His Excellency Mr. Henk Voskamp, who has spent most of his career on European affairs, but started off as the first Dutch participant in the UN Disarmament and Fellowship Program in 1987, the year that saw the breakthrough in both the negotiations of the Chemical Weapons Treaty and the INF Treaty. His first job was in the area of nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. The Netherlands, as a country, for geographical and economic reasons, has long held a foreign policy based on neutrality and the rule of international law. The country has been active in strengthening both the rule of law, The Hague is called the capital of justice, as well as disarmament. The Netherlands was among the first countries to join NATO, but has never given up its fundamental objectives. The ambassador, Mr. Voskamp, will speak about the current plans of the Netherlands regarding the use of nuclear energy and its further contribution to European and global security.
Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me?
Yes. Yes, we hear.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to ask you to imagine a map of Northwestern Europe and look at the geographical position of the Netherlands. We have France to our south, Germany to our east, and England to our west. This is important because you have to realize that for maybe 10 centuries already, the Netherlands has been a trading country. We have been doing international business for centuries, and this globalization or internationalization is at the core of our economy. Think of companies like Unilever or Royal Dutch Shell that have partly Dutch roots, but they are globally operating international corporations. So historically, being traders, often at sea, we required international agreements to make the prospects for our traders more safe. It is therefore no surprise that a Dutch lawyer, Hugo Grotius, in the 16th and early 17th century was the first to develop the principles of the freedom of the seas, but also the foundations of what we now call international law. Due to its neutrality and the quality of its lawyers specialized in international law, the Netherlands attracted international attention when the institutions in this area were developing in the 19th century. The Hague, the seat of the Dutch government, is also the seat of the Permanent Court of Arbitration and the International Court of Justice, to name but two. And a landmark in that city is the Peace Palace. Ever since disarmaments became an important topic of discussion in the international community, the Netherlands has been an active partner. Our foreign ministry got its first state secretary for disarmament affairs in 1973. We have over the years proposed many initiatives focusing on predictability, transparency, and mechanisms for fact-finding, all in order to contribute to risk reduction. Although a convinced member of NATO and committed to a strong transatlantic partnership, the Netherlands government, supported by its parliament, upholds the ultimate objective of a nuclear weapons-free world. We are not naive, however. We recognize new geopolitical realities, and we cannot afford to be naive in a world where all kinds of weapons proliferation are more rule than exception. A world with new challenges like cyber and artificial intelligence, and a diversification of threats to our own and our collective security. Also a world where existing mechanisms and institutions are under pressure. It is against this background that the Netherlands government has proposed a Nuclear Brundtland Commission, a multilateral body respected by all parties that can address issues of concern for us all. Also, the Netherlands, in the context of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, is for the year 2021-2022 the coordinator to strengthen the NPDI, the Non-Proliferation and Disarmament Initiative. As a matter of principle, the Netherlands wants to strengthen the international rules-based order and its multilateral institutions, to uphold the transatlantic partnership as a cornerstone for our security, and to develop the foreign policy capacity of the European Union. PESCO is a start, but it is only a start. And we are convinced that an economic power, as the EU 27 trading bloc is, in the long run, cannot be an economic power without being a more political power as well, upholding the rules-based order and strengthening the multilateral institutions. This requires a unity of purpose, but that will practically be impossible to find under the current rules of unanimity inside the European Union. Therefore, we believe that we have to use the mechanism that made possible the conclusion of the European internal market, the Single European Act of 1986, the qualified majority voting to the areas of European foreign and defense cooperation. Now, let me be clear, I'm not speaking of a European army here, since that raises really fundamental questions of democratic control and sovereignty, but many other areas remain where the European Union in its foreign policy could become more effective. Finally, a remark on the peaceful use of nuclear power. The Netherlands has mixed experiences. On the one hand, we have nuclear power stations. On the other, there is still a large majority, but perhaps getting smaller, of our population against nuclear energy generation. But the current climate debate in a country where already 2/3 of its inhabitants is living below the current sea level is making people think of the options of a possible future of a carbon dioxide-free world assisted by the use of nuclear energy. And currently, as we speak, coalition negotiations are underway in the Netherlands to form a new government. And just this morning, it was in the Dutch media reported that the option of extending and enhancing nuclear energy generation with a view to its climate or its limited climate effects is being discussed among the coalition or potential coalition parties in our country. Thank you for your attention and thank you for hosting this event.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would now like to go back to the Ambassador of Japan, Ms. Misako Kaji. Could you please start all over with your presentation?
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry for the technical glitch. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Yes.
Good. Whilst my capable colleagues were fixing the situation, I was listening carefully to the first three speakers, very insightful, also from my esteemed colleagues. Now, I'm particularly honored to take part into your distinguished conference because maybe I'm preaching the breeze, but it was first inaugurated, the first conference took place in 1957 with the participation of Japanese scientists. And it was first proposed by 11 scientists, including Yukawa Hideki, the first Japanese Nobel laureate ever in Japan's history. And your distinguished conference was held in Hiroshima in 1995 when you got the Nobel Peace Prize. And it was held again in Hiroshima in 2005 and in Nagasaki in 2015. Now, in my small presentation, I will touch upon three things. What it means to Japan of being the only country that was hit by nuclear weapons. And two, how best to advance nuclear disarmament. It was eloquently described by the Secretary General right now that we really need to disarm and stop proliferation, but what is the best approach? And I will share with you Japanese thinking. And three, what Japan does to, even with its limited power, what Japan does to try and push that path. Because we feel very responsible as being the only country that has suffered from nuclear weapons. But before going to that, I have something to show you. This is a plaque that was presented to me 2 summers ago, right after I started my mandate here in Biograd Namor. The mayor of Biograd Namor is every year since 10 years ago, Mayor Knetz has a memorial ceremony for victims every year on 6th of August. And he is the vice chair of Mayor for Peace. And for this, we awarded the Emperor's decoration to Mayor. So I am very impressed, and I deem it very important that countries like Croatia are taking part in keeping up the awareness of the extreme tragedy that the nuclear weapons can bring about and how important it is to keep up the awareness and recognition amongst all over the world, and Croatia is already playing a significant part. Croatia is playing more important part, but I will touch upon it later on. Now, what it is for Japan. In 1945, when atomic bombs were dropped, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it took in one blink, in just one blink, more than 200,000 precious lives were lost. And the two cities were completely devastated. And 76 years after that, luckily, they has never been used since then. Now, this nuclear weapon changed completely the international politics, because until then, as you all well know, war was maybe the continuation of diplomacy. But now, after this nuclear weapon was used, there is no winner, no loser. It is only devastation that is left. So the game has changed into deterrence. How best not to use it, not to make the others use it. So when you talk to the victims, they are called hibakusha. Hibakusha is now often become an international language like tsunami, but hibakusha means that those who are survivors of atomic bomb. Only last week on 24th of October, one hibakusha person called Mr. Tsuboi passed away. He was 96. He was very much active in promoting the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. But he was hit in Hiroshima when he was 20 years old. And in that instant, half the people there died. And he suffered for 40 days, almost dying, and he wasn't sure whether he was dying. He was burned all over. There were maggots all over his body. He was suffering from anemia. It's a horrible, horrible story. But he decided to hate the weapon rather than hate the country that inflicted the weapon. So hibakusha's voice is very important. And our Prime Minister Kishida, who is from Hiroshima, he used to be a foreign minister, has been advocating, and he's trying to disseminate the voice of hibakusha. The voice of hibakusha is, though I want to forget what happened to us, I must always remember the atomic bombing to help ensure that the experience is never repeated. So in this context, initiative like this is very relevant and important. Now, what is our Japanese government approach? How best to advance nuclear disarmament? The system that was established in the name of Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, which entered into force in 1970, is more or less the system which prevails even today, after all these years. And there are 190 state parties to it. This is the most numerous number of parties to almost any treaty. The UN membership is 193. There are states, nuclear weapon states, in theory 5, but de facto there are 9. But it is a very different sort of a treaty, because normally the sovereign states are on equal footing. Maybe I'm preaching the priest, but just to remind everybody that this is to clearly distinguish the nuclear weapon state and the non-nuclear weapon states. And non-nuclear weapon states are the rest of the world, and the nuclear weapon states are 9. And those who did the test before 1967 are entitled to hold nuclear weapons. But there's what they call a grand bargain, and those who have should be monitored and should try and make effort to disarmament and reduce it. But those who don't should refrain from developing any bombs and any weapons, but go to a peaceful use of nuclear energy. Another salient feature of nuclear weapons is that it is dual use. It can be used for weapons, but it can also be used for peaceful use. Now, IAEA not only has the safeguard policy to make sure that the nuclear materials are used for peaceful purposes, and it is very effective. It can be used for medical or agriculture or the clearance of sea, and so the various uses, peaceful uses of nuclear energy, and that is promoted by IAEA, and which was also referred by my esteemed colleague of Kazakhstan, and Japan is really supporting along that line. And the third is, of course, the disarmament by the countries of non-nuclear weapons and the nuclear weapons. Now, what the Japanese approach is the following thinking. It is composed of two things. There are two wheels rotated. Two wheels have to be rotating to achieve a secure world where without nuclear weapons. So the ultimate goal is, as the Hibakusha was saying, to achieve a world without nuclear weapons. But our thinking is that two wheels are needed. One wheel is to herald the philosophy of a world without nuclear weapons and sharing a global norm of inhumanity of nuclear weapons widely throughout the international community, just like this initiative. And the another wheel, which we believe is required, is to cope realistically and practically with the threat of nuclear weapons that currently exist, and to work to minimize those threats. So what we do, we have been proposing in the United Nations resolutions to engage the rest of the world or the whole of the international community along this line. So the Treaty of the NPT, Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, we believe is the cornerstone of international nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation regime. Last week, on the United Nations General Assembly First Committee on the 27th of October, a resolution was adopted, and it was supported by 152 states, including Kazakhstan, Switzerland, Croatia, Netherlands, US, UK, France. And those countries, 152, 57 were even co-sponsors: Croatia, Netherlands, US, UK, France. And only four countries were against: Russia, China, North Korea, and Syria. And those countries who abstained were India, Pakistan, Israel, altogether 30. These three countries are out of the NPT regime, but still holding nuclear weapons. This resolution will be finally again adopted in the General Assembly plenary early December. But the content of this resolution is basically trying to remind the world that everybody has to be engaged, just as our Secretary General, Mr. Paolo Cotta Lamusino, just expressed that it is not only the matter of states that possess nuclear weapons or the neighboring states, but it is the matter of the entire world. So the resolution states, for instance, that it welcomes the START extension by Russia and US, but also it is confirming the ultimate goal is to eliminate nuclear weapons. And then it's calling upon states to take concrete measures and secure transparency, reduce reduce risks that can be caused, detonation can be caused out of miscalculation and misunderstanding. So to reduce those costs and work towards fossil material production to be banned, and CTBT, of course, full verification, and have more dialogue and strengthen safeguard regime. All these issues are depicted in the resolution, and they have been adopted and agreed by such huge margin of majority. Now, I will stop by just touching upon one factor that was also embedded in this resolution, is the importance of education. The resolution is calling upon youth and political leaders to listen to the voices of Hibakusha, and they are encouraged to visit Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So I am very grateful for giving me the opportunity to have exchange in this very renowned, distinguished Pugwash conference, because it is an important part of sharing the view towards how to ultimately eliminate nuclear weapons and how best to disseminate the idea through to the young people, to the political leaders, to be aware and work towards our common goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for this presentation, and we're very happy that Croatia contributes to this education and the dissemination of important messages also through this conference, and we will continue to do so. Thank you very much. We are also very pleased to welcome the Ambassador of Switzerland, Her Excellency Ms. Emilia Georgieva, as our next speaker. Switzerland is very well known for its humanitarian tradition, military neutrality, and experience and expertise in peace building and peace policies. It has a high degree of credibility and security and is constantly developing its mediation capacities. Switzerland has a wide range of instruments to promote peace and security. It is actively involved in crisis and conflict management and prevention, and is helping to develop and encourage the adherence to international codes of conduct and standards for the international community. The Ambassador Georgieva will share Switzerland's position on nuclear and general disarmament and Switzerland's recommendation for improving European and global security in this regard.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes.
Good. Okay, thank you. I would like to start in thanking you for organizing today's conference, which is important and also very timely, given the fact that we should have in January the upcoming RevCon for the NPT. So thank you very much for doing it now. Yes, the Dutch ambassador mentioned geography, and this is what I would also like to start with. Switzerland is a small country, a very small country in the heart of Europe. And why do I say this? Because this actually shows that for our security, we are dependent on the international security, and particularly on the security and stability in Europe. This is why we have been cooperating with all the international organizations that are working actively for this purpose. We are a member of the United Nations, of the OSCE, Council of Europe, and also, for instance, of the Partnership for Peace within the framework of NATO. As examples for our engagement, I would like to mention the Swiss diplomat Thomas Greminger, who has been the Secretary General of the OSCE until recently, and also to mention that we are for the first time now running for a non-permanent seat in the UN Security Council for the years 23-24. It's the first time for us, and we hope to make a significant contribution for peace in the world if we are elected, which we hope for. We also have recently recognized the importance of hybrid and cybersecurity risks and made this one of the new key topics of our foreign policy. Especially Geneva has been establishing itself recently as a platform for know-how on this topic and for discussions on cybersecurity. And we recently also nominated an ambassador that is specifically and exclusively working on this important topic. It was mentioned in the kind introduction that we are a neutral country. This is true. We do like to focus on the fact that we are actively neutral, which means we do not interfere with military means, but we do position ourselves and we are internationally very much engaged. For Switzerland, especially the importance and respect of international law is emphasized. As examples, I would like to mention that we are the home of the ICRC and also the depository state of the Geneva Conventions, which we are very proud of, and is an important task for our foreign policy as well. Switzerland also is worldwide known as a host country for many different topics. One is that Geneva is the second most important headquarter to the UN, and 6 out of 10 UN meetings are held in Geneva, which we are very proud of. We are a platform for good offices and mediation, which is also one of our key foreign policy priorities. And speaking about Geneva, I would just like to mention the recent summit between Presidents Biden and Putin in June, where one of the main outcomes of the summit was the strategic stability dialogue that the US and Russia have started in the meantime. This dialogue aims to reduce the risk of conflict, and namely the risk of use of nuclear weapons, which we consider very important. This brings us to disarmament. For Switzerland, like some of my colleagues already mentioned, also for our government, our ideal world would be a world with a minimized level of arms and without nuclear weapons. And we believe that the current geopolitical circumstances might bear a risk that nuclear weapons could be on the rise. So this is why we need to act, and why, again, this conference is very important to do it today. The strong commitment to nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation is one of the main focuses of our security policy. We have constantly been supporting non-proliferation and disarmament at the international level, and particularly there where weapons of mass destruction are concerned. For Switzerland, especially, the binding universal agreements are key. We have been playing an active part in promoting the implementation of these international agreements, and are therefore also active in the multilateral bodies that are working for arms control and disarmament. Our policy aims to see as many actors as possible involved in these efforts. We do believe that especially the participation of the nuclear powers is essential to complete disarmament. Let me give you 3 examples of Switzerland's engagement when it comes to nuclear energy related organizations or conventions. The first and most important, of course, is the NPT, which also for Switzerland is the key instrument for nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. We have ratified it in 1977, so it soon will be 50 years for us as well. For Switzerland, the continued and uncontested existence of the treaty is crucial. We therefore support the upcoming NPT RevConf fully, and our goal is to strengthen the treaty and to emphasize the universality of the treaty. This is also one of the reasons why we are a member of the Stockholm Initiative, like Japan, the Netherlands, or Kazakhstan as well. The initiative aims to give a positive political impulse to the conference, and we fully stand behind the Berlin Declaration and also support the stepping stone approach to advance nuclear disarmament. We also coordinated a joint paper by the 16 Stockholm Initiative members on nuclear risk reduction and look forward to have a feedback on how the broader international community sees this paper with specific proposals. As a second example, I would like to mention the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. Switzerland is a founding member. We are among the 20 largest contributors to the agency's regular budget. We are actively politically participating within the agency to strengthen global nuclear safety and security and non-proliferation, and at the same time to make sure that nuclear technologies can be used for peaceful purposes. We are currently serving on the board of governors of the agency and will also chair the Missile Technology Control Regime in 22 and 23. As a last example, I would like to mention the Nuclear Suppliers Group that Switzerland has chaired twice so far. You know that the NSG is an export control regime that seeks to contribute to the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. Because Switzerland is also an exporter of weapons and material, and we also do export dual-use items. We are very actively in this group to make sure that we can preserve our foreign policy and at the same time trade interests. Under the Swiss law, it is prohibited to develop, produce, buy, import or export nuke weapons. And we also refuse to grant export licenses for goods that are believed to be intended to develop nuclear weapons. So this, in a nutshell, the main activities where we are focusing at currently. I would like to conclude in thanking you for the opportunity to speak today and also to thanking you for the important work that you do, and wish you a lot of success with all the upcoming challenges that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for sharing with us the activities of Switzerland in peace and security policies. We will now proceed with the discussion. I have a question for Mr. Paolo Cotteramusino. We mentioned before the funding and the financial logic of investing in the military technologies and infrastructure and products. What is your comment on the recent news that Norway's largest pension fund, KLP, recently announced that no longer they will invest in 14 major weapon makers and their suppliers, including some famous corporations and shipbuilding companies, because of ethical criteria and violation of fundamental humanitarian principles?
Can you repeat the question at the beginning? I mean, I understand. Can you repeat? Yes.
Yes. We mentioned before the specific logic of funding and investing in military infrastructure and military technologies and its products. And I would like to hear your comment on the Norway's largest pension fund, KLP, that recently announced that no longer they will invest in 14 major weapon makers and their suppliers, which include some famous corporations and shipbuilding companies, because of ethical criteria and violation of fundamental humanitarian principles.
Well, I think in general it's a very important initiative. There is no doubt about that. I think that we have to, in a sense, remember that there is a big distinction between conventional weapons and nuclear weapons. When you're talking about limiting the access of nuclear weapons, we're talking about a different category of limitation. Then, of course, we have to consider the problem of conventional weapons, which is a very serious one. And then I would say, well, these initiatives are a good one, but the problem is enormously more complex than that. We have lots of countries that are distributing weapons all over the world, including my own Italy. And there is something that should be done on a serious way in involving all countries, but we are far away from having any positive, dramatically positive solution.
Thank you very much. A question for the ambassador of Japan. In your opinion, is multipolarity of global superpowers a better guarantee for peace than unipolarity or bipolarity? And how do you see the role of Japan in today's multipolar world and changing global order?
Thank you for your question. It's a good question, but a big and difficult one. But I think it's important to engage all members of the international community to sustain the global order. And what is important is what has been mentioned by my Dutch colleague and Swiss colleague, the importance of rule of law. So in this same thinking, those states that share the value as human rights, believe in human dignity, democracy, rule of law, it is important to keep and stick to that thinking and try to approach the world on this principle. And based on that multipolar world, yes, we will still use those instruments such as the United Nations. Okay, General Assembly resolution may not have legal binding effect, but still it is important to engage and consult and share the understanding. So I still believe that the multipolar world needs like-minded states to effectively engage and work towards our common goal.
Thank you very much. A question for the ambassador of Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is the leading global uranium producer, and in 2019, Kazakhstan produced 43% of the world's uranium. In 2020, 41%. Can you tell us more about the use of uranium and how is it ensured that it is used for industrial purposes only? Unmute yourself, please.
Hello, are you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we hear you.
I would like to introduce my colleague, senior counselor of our embassy, Ms. Nara Durbaeva, who many years she worked in as a deputy head of Department of Multilateral Cooperation in our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So she is a leading expert in this sphere. So I would like to call her to our discussion, and I would like to give her the voice, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for giving me the floor. So I'd like to welcome all the participants of today's meeting and to say thanks to our organizing committee for this wonderful opportunity to speak to and to meet and discuss this current issue of this agenda. So thank you for the question, Anna. Yes, you're right. Kazakhstan has been an important source of uranium for more than 50 years. The country has the second largest reliably confirmed proven reserves of uranium in the world, and 6% of them are suitable by the method of underground borehole leaching, which is the most environmentally friendly and the lowest cost method of uranium mining. So out of 56 explored deposits with balanced reserves of uranium, the right of subservience is granted for 14 deposits. The remaining 42 deposits are in reserve. We have National Company, National Nuclear Center, and Kazatomprom National Atomic Company. The assets of the National Nuclear Company include the whole complex of enterprises involved in the production, chain of the final product, from exploration, uranium mining, and production of nuclear fuel cycle products to science, social welfare, and training. The company has established partnerships with almost all the leading players in the uranium mining industry in the world. The main customers of the group are nuclear power generation operations, which operate in the markets of China, South and East Asia, North America, and Europe. In 2020, for example, Kazatomprom succeeded in implementing a range of important investment projects. The most significant initiatives were related to the completion of the fuel assembly plant at the site of the Ulba metallurgical plant. Besides an international bank of low-enriched nuclear fuel, this underlines the high level of Kazakhstan's security and our solid international reputation. On August 27, 2015, Kazakhstan and International Atomic Energy Agency signed an agreement to establish a low enrichment uranium bank in Kazakhstan. So starting from December 2019, the bank became fully operational. Thus, countries using the peaceful atom have the opportunity to gain access to LEO reserves if it is impossible to acquire it on the commercial markets. The scientific and technical sphere of the nuclear industry is concentrated in such specialized scientific and technical organizations as the National Nuclear Center of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the Institute of Nuclear Physics, and the Scientific and Technical Center Safety of Nuclear Technologies. These organizations are the basis and the effective development and implementation of modern nuclear physics technologies in the energy sector, industry, medicine, and agriculture, and provide research in the field of development and safety of nuclear energy. The Committee of Atomic and Energy Supervision and Control of the Ministry of Energy is a regulatory authority. It is a competent authority carrying out regulatory supervision and realization functions in the field of atomic energy use. And I would like also to add that since 2009, additional access to uranium mining mines has been carried out annually by the International Atomic Agency inspectors. So I hope I managed to answer your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dudbayeva. A question for the ambassador of the Netherlands. The United Kingdom withdrew from the European Atomic Energy Community, Euratom, at the same time it left the EU in December 2020. How do you think this will influence European and global security and nuclear policies?
Thank you for your question. First of all, I think it is important to realize that the decision to leave the European Union did not alter the UK government's priorities in the area of nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. When the non-proliferation treaty was signed and entered into force, an agreement was reached between the European Commission representing Euratom and the International Atomic Energy Agency on the way to proceed the inspections foreseen under the NPT in, at the time, countries of the European Economic Community. This agreement, basically a working agreement between Euratom and the IAEA, is still valid for the EU 27. For the United Kingdom, upon leaving the European Union, a replacement has been found, an agreement between the various institutions and the United Kingdom to regulate the free flow of nuclear materials within the area of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, that is the peaceful use of nuclear fissile material, and at the same time to organize the way in which the International Atomic Energy Agency will be able to execute its legal tasks in the area of inspections and verification in the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom continues to be a member of NATO, continues to be a member of the Western alliances in various political areas. And I do not expect that there will be any negative implication or any negative effect of the decision to leave the European Union on the UK's policies in the area of non-proliferation and nuclear disarmament. It is just a matter of reorganizing inspection regimes, and that has been agreed upon and was one of the least contentious issues, if I may say so, in the process of realizing the Brexit. So I do not foresee any negative impact of the Brexit on the topic under discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And a question for the Ambassador of Switzerland. Clearly, the disarmament and the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons are important issues for Switzerland. But what is the position of Switzerland on peaceful uses of nuclear energy and its future?
Thank you for this question. Yes, indeed, we actually encourage for now the peaceful use of nuclear power, especially when it comes to energy. In Switzerland, we do use nuclear energy exclusively for peaceful purposes, for electricity mainly, but also for medicine and research. We currently have 5 nuclear reactors. One of them is not operational anymore, but 4 of them are. And they actually contribute to 35%, so more than a third of our total energy consumption, which is a lot. Nevertheless, following the Fukushima nuclear accident, the Swiss government decided to phase out nuclear energy and banned the construction of new nuclear power plants. So that means that the 5 existing, 4 of them still operating, may operate as long as they are safe, but they cannot be replaced once their life cycle has come to an end. My government calculated that it might take up to 50 years until the last has been shut down. But nevertheless, in the mid and long term, we intend to cover the whole electricity supply without nuclear energy. And for this purpose, my government is currently investing in supporting many different initiatives globally, but nationally also for renewable energies, which has been a focus now in the last couple of years to supplement the nuclear energy that we have been using. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Is there any other comment or remark or question from any of the speakers?
Well, I would like to.
Yes, please.
I think it's important that the initiative you took. It's very good that we have this multiple-oriented conversation, and it's good that we have this international participation. And I think that this has been a very, very important initiative. And despite the difficulties which are related to the with this internet and difficult problems that we have, I think it has been a great initiative. And thank you all of our Pugwash community in Croatia for having done this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Cotto-Ramosino, and thank you to all the participants, Your Excellencies. With this, we would like to finish this roundtable on nuclear disarmament and global security. I would like to thank all the speakers, ambassadors, excellencies, Mr. Cotto-Ramosino, for sharing with us your thoughts and ideas on the nuclear disarmament, on the importance of ethics in addressing global security, and above all, the dialogue between world and European states, scientists, statesmen, and policymakers. And with this message of the promotion of peace, security, and responsible global governance, we would like to close the first day of our conference. See you all tomorrow at 10 a.m. CET online. Greetings from Zagreb.
Bye.
Gasi.